And you set out in your introduction your general background and involvement and the number of visits that you've taken to the site. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you note in paragraph 1.6 you visited VP10 Colbost with Miss, was that with your Witness for Cultural Heritage?
Yes, and also Andrew Daly.
And Andrew Daly?
Correct, yes.
And when was that?
It was in March 2025. Is it?
And you went also to the core paths, but rather than the second core path that is the subject of an objection, you went to UIC. Is that correct?
To UIC.
That's what you say in paragraph 1.6.
I can't see a mention of UIC in paragraph 1.6. I did visit.
So I've maybe got the wrong reference, but did you visit UIC?
Yes, as in UIC on the. Yes. I just need to check the VP number. Yeah, viewpoint 14.
Viewpoint
yes.
14.
Yeah.
Thanks.
For background, if I can give, on our first site visits to Skye,
Yes.
We were visiting for Glenolinish 2, for Ben Scar redesign, Balmenic, Ben Vienich, and also for Ben Aketil, repowering and extension.
That was in March, did you say?
That wasn't March, that was, it may have been March the year before. That was our first site visit, so that was 2024.
Sorry, that was for the visit to UIC, to viewpoint 14 at UIC, yeah?
That included the viewpoint to UIC, yeah.
You said our first visit. Who was on that first visit?
Myself and Anne Cowling, the council's landscape officer.
Ms. Anne Cowling's consultation response that we were looking at yesterday on landscape that you rely on in your report of handling. Is that correct?
It's very much informed the landscape section of my report of handling, yes.
And why is it that she's not giving evidence?
Anne will be retiring this summer.
And hence the council brought in Anside Flower?
There's
Mr.
been
Daly.
personal issues as well that I don't think are for discussion here, but
I'm not asking you to
Yeah.
reveal those. But that was the basis upon which Highland Council instructed an outside expert.
correct.
But on that visit, you didn't go to viewpoint 10.
No, we didn't, and for the reasons that we were visiting so many viewpoints for 5 different wind farms. At that time, there was 2 viewpoint equivalent viewpoints from memory, but we visited the several others.
And which, how many of the proposals that you were considering at the same time were more than 200 metres?
Glenolinish 2 is 200 metre. Balmenic is 149.9. Ben Vienich is 149.9, and Ben Scar redesign is also 149.9.
Sorry, sir, I'm just looking for a reference. It might be helpful as we go through your evidence if we have before us table 5.1 in the additional information, which is CD 1.15.
Just to check, that was table 5.1.
5.1, it's on page 24.
Yeah.
So we have the tip height and the numbers of turbines in this table, which enables us to understand what you were looking at. So you were looking at Glenolinish 2 on that site visit, were you?
Yes.
And that was proposed with 47 turbines as opposed to the 11 turbines at 200 metres as opposed to proposed 149.9 for the consented scheme.
Correct, yeah. We had some information with us for the consented scheme as provided in the visualisation packs.
And then in scoping, which is scenario 4, you have 3 schemes at 200 metres which were not in planning at the time that the original LVIA was carried out. Is that correct?
Yes. So as far as I'm aware, they've been. I'd need to check the dates for when Brackish came into scoping and Waternish, but as far as I'm aware, we had an awareness of those applications at scoping stage proposals.
And there was limited awareness in terms of those at the planning stage as well.
And none of them have come to planning stage.
Sorry, I'm looking at the rows above under the heading planning, which include Balmenic, Ben Scar, Glenolinish 2 and Ben Varicol.
pronunciation isn't very good, but we've been using Vionic.
Yeah, Vionic. I know MH is pronounced V because my middle name is Vari. But that's probably the extent of my Gaelic knowledge. Anyway, as I was saying, the ones under the row planning, those came to fruition after the submission of the LVIA?
Correct. Yes, yeah. Ben Aketil Repowering and Redesign was the first of this generation of applications. Ben Scar came in early 2024, so it was almost brand new when we finally made it to Sky.
In March 2024.
Correct.
And those two categories are scenario 3 and 4 in the cumulative assessment.
So planning is scenario 2 and scoping is scenario. So are we talking about the LVIA or the additional information? Okay.
Microphone, please. Don't forget microphone.
Sorry, maybe just leave it on. Scenario 2 is planning.
That's correct, yeah. In the additional information, I think in the...
Right, scenario 2 is consented. Scenario 3 is planning.
In the additional information, yes.
And in your evidence.
Yes. In the landscape visual impact assessment, however, the consented was scenario 1.
Right. Operational scenario 1.
The additional information, yeah.
And consented is scenario 2 in your evidence from the cumulative?
Yes. Consented, operational, consented. But allow me just to double check so I'm not myself mixed up as well. We're all agreed it's a complicated.
Can I just ask what table number and what document we're using, please?
Table 5.1 in the additional information report, volume 2A, which is core document 1.15. And we're at page 24 of that document.
Okay, so in my inquiry statement, CD 14.3, at paragraph 6.1 on page 12, it confirms that in line with the submitted further environmental information, additional information, that scenario 2 is consented baseline, all operational and consented proposals, so that scenario 1 remains scenario 1 remains at the existing Ben Aketil and Edinburgh wind farms. However, that would be a slight mistake because in the LVIA, it is slightly altered from the LVIA because the LVIA included consented in scenario 1.
In terms of your evidence, when we see references, I just want to be absolutely clear on this, when we see references to scenario 2 in your cumulative effects summary, Are you using scenario 2 just for consented, or are you combining operational and consented?
So I've focused on additional cumulative effects of scenario 2 and scenario 3.
So essentially, the consented is your scenario 1 or your scenario 2.
Yes, my appraisal of the assessment and my own assessment with that, it attempts to follow the methodology of the.
Would it be helpful to look at Table 6.1 in Mr. Fitzpatrick's report, which covers his assessment? It's the table, it's the Table 6.1 after paragraph 6.7 on page 13, so starting on page 13 and then runs on, and we see there scenario 2, cumulative company assessment of cumulative scale of change. Sorry, scenario 2 and 3, and then Highland Council's assessment of scale of change, scenario 2 and scenario 3. Is that helpful to look at that, Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Yes, thank you.
Is there a change that we should be aware of, just to complete the picture? But do you have in scoping at the moment a variation to the submission for the Glen Ullinish 2 replacement scheme?
So very recently, the amendments to Ben Scar redesign were submitted. I think they were submitted in May, which are not fully assessed yet. Balmynech also in May, so that's this year, which has not been fully assessed yet. Glen Ullinish 2 amendments, which I think reduces it, the number of turbines to 33. That was submitted very recently, the last week or so.
That was a planning application that was submitted.
The planning applications have been submitted since 2023,
right,
apart from Ben Scar. The amendments, so the further environmental information or additional information, have been submitted very recently. So
essentially around May.
Around May, June, for the 3 applications, and we're waiting on further environmental information for Ben Vienach as well.
So the information in this table, as a result of these applications, so Balmynech, is it still 10 turbines proposed?
I believe that's 9. Ben Scar is 8. And I believe Glen Ullinish 2 is 33.
And Ben Vienach?
Sorry, you couldn't repeat that, so I didn't get that down.
No problem. Balmynech has been reduced by 1 turbine to 9. Ben Scar has been reduced by 1 turbine to 8. And as I say, Glen Ullinish 2 has been reduced to 33, all at the same turbine heights.
So essentially 150 metres for Balmynech and Ben Scar, still 200 for the proposed 33 turbines.
That's correct.
And Ben Vienich, is that still 5 turbines at 150?
As far as I'm aware, I think they've got quite considerable amount of work to do to satisfy our consultees.
Is it the consultees who have driven the request for further environmental information?
Generally, I'm not fully up to speed now with Ben Vienich, but there's been a drive for example, Ben Scar and Balmenic, there's a worrying impact on golden eagle, white-tailed. So they've gone away and done the work, and they've reduced the turbines, but I haven't read the Nature's got reports on those yet. So.
And just for completeness, we were discussing as an aside that so far as the the scenario 4 schemes are proposed, Eden Bain apparently has been effectively not withdrawn per se, but is not proceeding to an application.
That's my understanding, yes. Breckish, I'm not sure where they're up to, whether an application is imminent, or I think my understanding of Waternish is that wasn't being pursued either, but I'm not the most reliable source on that, so I would recommend that's checked with the ECU and their website.
And it's already recorded in the table that Waternish was withdrawn.
Of course, yeah, so that confirms it then.
No, sorry, that was Waternish was withdrawn, not Breckish.
Yeah, it was Waternish that I was...
Or Eden Bain. Yeah, it's Waternish that you're referring to.
Yeah. So it's not pursued rather than withdrawn. I don't remember seeing an actual application for that one.
I'll come back in greater detail to the cumulative issues in due course, but just as another high-level point, is it the 200-metre schemes that is making the council nervous about consenting the repowering scheme for Ben Aketil?
We've only really been able to assess 200, and we've, the 180 in terms of scale, texture, the visual impact, which I'm here. I think it's quite clear in my report and reports submitted to this inquiry that. We feel that they're overscaled, but we haven't been able to assess anything other than what's been presented before us.
So we know that Ben Scar was originally consented, that was 135. And the Ben Scar extension, is that still... No, that's been consented as well at 150. And Glen Ullinish, you've consented at 150 with 11 turbines. Sorry, you've not objected to.
Those are consented schemes, yes.
Well, that wasn't actually an answer to the question. The council hasn't objected to the schemes, was the question, I think.
To which schemes then, sorry?
Glen Ullinish and Ben Scar, is that correct?
My understanding,
I think the consented versions of them.
well, Glenolinish 2, we've been working from a Section 42 application, so that would have been done under a Town and Country Planning. So that would have been a Town and Country Planning Act application. So that would have been consented in-house by the Highland Council. My awareness is that the case officer for those schemes was based in Portree.
And Benscar. So that was Glenolinish and Benscar.
Benscar extension, I think that those were all less than 50 megawatts, that's my understanding, so they were Town and Country Planning Act. But it will say on the reference. I'll see if I can find that for you. Yep, so Benscar was a Town and Country Planning Act, as was the extension application submitted under.
Was that in the nature of a an application for Section 42 variation?
No, that was for Glenolinish 2. Sorry, Glenolinish 1. My understanding is that the Section 42 varied the tip height.
And you indicated that that was dealt with by your local planning officer.
Yes, it was Portree office.
And so far as your office's involvement, does that stem from the fact that 200-metre high turbines and Section 36 applications under the Electricity Act are regarded as being of strategic importance?
So, generally, the strategic projects team will deal with 50 megawatt and above applications. It's not always across the board. But generally, yes. There's a general agreement with that statement, yes.
And does it have any bearing upon it falling within the category of national development in terms of MPF4?
I couldn't say yes or no. I think because 50 megawatt is often a threshold, but not always. We do deal with 20 megawatt and above, and give advice to colleagues on anything smaller. But I couldn't categorically say yes. But the tendency is that we will deal with the bigger applications.
And so far as 200-metre tip height consented schemes are concerned, which obviously are not listed in this table, is there 2 or 3 of those to date?
I couldn't give you an exact number. Leg 2 certainly includes 200-metre turbines.
And is that consented?
That was consented, yeah.
What was the date that was consented?
Have a look for you. So the application came in 2021. Sorry, to be double sure, I have to open our internal electronic system, so.
I think maybe if something needs confirmed, we could maybe be confirmed later. What do you think?
Happy to do that. And to add, recently the Aketil wind farm, which was formerly Leg 3, which was my application, I was the case officer for the recommendation that the highest, there was variation in turbine tips, the highest of which was actually 235, and my recommendation following was to raise no objection, which was subsequently agreed to by the North Planning Application Committee.
That's leg 3, 235 metres, yeah.
Leg 3, but it's Aketil, so that's, I don't know if you, it's a different spelling, but it's 12 turbines, 6 at 235.
You're indicating that you're referring to it as Leg 3, but is it also known as Aketil?
That's correct. It's formerly Leg 3.
Has it been processed as Aketil if one was looking for the information?
Yes. So Acheilidh.
So am I pronouncing it correctly?
I'm not the arbiter.
And is that not yet consented, but it's moving in that direction?
It's with the ECU for process, and we've provided our consultation response.
Of no objection?
Correct.
So is your position similar to that of Mr. Darai, as we discussed in his evidence yesterday during cross-examination, that he's aware of an increasing trend moving from 150 up to 200 metres plus?
Yes, it's very evident that that's the trend.
Sorry, with new applications, whether for repowering or for new schemes?
I imagine for both, yeah.
And we'll come back to this when we look specifically at cumulative impacts associated with the proposed development. But to what extent could you fairly state that trend has influenced your approach to the assessment of Ben Aketil's application?
I would say it hasn't. We're not really in the business of assessing trends. It's a case-by-case basis.
Is it fair to generalise your position as a planning authority that you're nervous about the effects associated with anything above 150 metres? Because I think you did indicate to the applicant at some stage that you would consider a position of no objection if there was a reduction to 150 metres.
I believe Nature Scott in their response mentioned 150 metre turbines. I don't believe that we've done that.
Insofar as you say in your own evidence that one reason for the objection is that you don't consider appropriate mitigation has been put forward.
Yes.
But you don't define what you think would be appropriate mitigation.
No, that would be for the designers.
So would you offer advice?
We certainly did at pre-app, but I couldn't be drawn into saying what would be acceptable without the visual materials and in front of me to make a considered assessment.
So what was your pre-app advice?
In general terms, it would I think I have a note of it. It's mentioned in our in the report, but there are considerable environmental and landscape and visual impacts that would have to be overcome for the council to be in a position to support the application, the proposal.
Do you accept with the larger schemes that it's inevitable that there will be more significant effects than the historical existing schemes, which are generally 100 metres in height?
Yes. I would expect there to be more significant effects over a wider area too.
Could you have your precognition before you? In paragraph 6.6, which is just above your table 6.1.
So the inquiry report.
Sorry, yes.
Okay.
You say, given the uncertain outcome of proposed wind farms on Skye, I take it you're referring to the applications that are currently being considered.
Yes, scenario 3.
So for that reason, in terms of the cumulative, you would invite the reporter to place weight on the schemes in scenario 3, or your views on those schemes.
I would invite the reporter to consider the schemes in scenario 3, which are not the consented schemes, give them consideration as a different scenario, which I recognise is a little bit different to what's written in scenario. Well, scenario 1 represents paragraph 6.1 represents how it's been assessed in the further environmental information. Paragraph 6.6 invites the reporter to consider consented schemes separately and consider proposed schemes separately with with Ben Aketil, Repowered. And that's for the reasons set out in the paragraph there, that we're not sure in terms of satisfying the conditions of consented wind farms, or the age of those consents, whether they're going to be pursued, and we certainly wouldn't be supportive of, say for example, that Glenolinish consented scheme would be pursued alongside Glenolinish 2. I think that's safe to say.
And perhaps confirmed to some extent by the recent variation to the proposal of reducing to 33 turbines.
Which is still to be assessed. Yeah.
So against that background, so far as the reporter is concerned, and ultimately the Scottish ministers, would it be fair to record that there is considerable uncertainty surrounding the non-consented schemes and also those that have been consented, but in respect of which the consents have not been implemented? Is that fair?
I think uncertainty has been a theme throughout the assessment of Skye wind farm projects, except for the Glenolinish 1 and Ben Scar redesign. Ben Scar extension and Ben Scar original have been consented.
You certainly, from my more recent involvement compared to yourself, have my sympathy.
Thank you. And anyone else?
Well, thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for your assistance in trying to provide clarity, which you've certainly surpassed my efforts to get clarity into my head. But if we could turn from the confusing, confounding effects of different schemes and what stage they're at, and turn to something with a bit more certainty, which in fact is not a complete break from the cumulative issue, but in the paragraph above the ones we've been looking at, 6.5 in your inquiry report, you refer there to Dunvegan Castle and how the potential cumulative effects have affected your assessment of Dunvegan Castle.
I haven't done an assessment on Dunvegan. I've done an assessment of the visual
the council's assessment.
Yeah.
And that was one of my questions. Does the council rest on the assessment carried out by Mr. Daly? I knew that was wrong. Mr. Daly, as expressed in his evidence under reference to the onshore guideline, or is there more to it than that?
My awareness is that the assessment of impacts on the setting of the Category A listed Dunvegan Castle and its inventory garden and design landscape was done by our conservation officers.
So, does it follow from that that the advice provided by Mr. Daly in his inquiry report, is that as a consequence of him looking at the issues to be addressed in the onshore wind guidance? And it's one of the criteria.
I can't answer for Mr. Daly's response. I wasn't involved with his
Evidence.
Assessment at all.
Your comment that the Goldbost 10 viewpoint is an important location for an appreciation of the setting. Is that based on your site visit?
Yes, and the visual materials. Yeah.
When you say the
It's also informed by our conservation officers.
Sorry, I didn't get that. What was
That it is factually a important location for enjoying the setting and the castle. It was informed by my site visit, but it was also informed by the conservation officers.
sorry, Zach, could you give me a moment? I'm looking for a folder that I did have at some point. I'm looking at document CD 228. Could you have CD 228, please, Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
And when you said that you were looking at the response from the conservation officer, is that Mr. Poles, I think his name is, at the end of this document?
Correct.
And this was his consultation response, referred to as HETS, I think.
Yeah, historic environment team.
And they were objecting. They were objecting to the development because of the basically visibility of the turbines above the castle.
I can't answer for why in my visual evidence, but they were objecting to it. My understanding it's on the setting based on the description given by Historic Environment Scotland, but beyond that.
But it's fair to say that so far as the council's position at this inquiry is concerned, it's not Mr. Poole who's giving evidence. It's Mr. Brocky.
Yeah, Mr. Pulse isn't available for, at this time, unfortunately.
And this issue is addressed in paragraph 7.157 to 7.159 of your report to committee, which is 230, CD 230.
Yes, in the built-in cultural heritage section of the report.
Yes. And were you the author of this part of the report?
Yes, based on the response we'd received from Historic Environment team.
It sets out in 7.1.57 assets at Barbat-Pannon and Batten-Durnish. That's not a reason for objection. And then it goes on to 7.158 to the Dunvegan Castle.
Just tell me the paragraphs you were talking about in the committee report.
7.157 was the first paragraph I referred to. This, well, as we established yesterday, there's a lot of page markers. Electronic page 51 revised.
Okay, got it.
So the question that I put to Mr. Fitzpatrick, that although Hes had identified some adverse effects of the setting of two nearby heritage assets, they weren't considered to be significantly adverse and they're not part of the objection, to which Mr. Fitzpatrick agreed. Then I've moved on to 7.158, which is addressing Dunvegan Castle. And the first sentence confirms there'd be no visibility from the castle itself. Do you agree with that?
That's what the zone of theoretical visibility
Yes.
shows, yeah. I haven't, in the course of my assessment, been to the castle or the grounds, so I just want to advise on that.
You haven't been to the castle or the grounds?
No, because it wasn't a viewpoint, and the zone of theoretical visibility advises that there isn't visibility within.
From the castle or the gardens?
As far as I'm aware,
But you've not visited the castle.
on the course of this assessment, no.
And insofar as you've written this assessment, have you based that or had in your mind viewpoint 10?
Yes, but on the built and cultural heritage matters, I've taken advice from our conservation officers. This is a different matter to a visual visual impact from viewpoint 10, I think.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I would take counsel if I'm being asked to answer on built and cultural heritage matters.
I'm not asking you about that. Just the fact that you're the author. Then you want to say, it is, however, a key tourist attraction on Skye, and the wind farm could be clearly seen in important views. The objection from the council in relation to this cultural heritage asset is built upon views to the castle from the other side of the loch.
Again, is this a cultural heritage matter rather than a visual impact matter? I don't want to preempt anything that Norman might say in his evidence tomorrow.
I'm not going to be asking the detail of Mr. Brockie's evidence. It's in terms of the recommendation to object, which is based upon Mr. Fitzpatrick's recommendation.
Well, I'll let it continue, but this is meant to be about that landscape and visual effects, so please bear that in mind this session.
No, I am bearing that in mind, sir, and it is a landscape and visual, predominantly a visual effect that is the reason for the objection.
So the reason for objection in the reasons for objection is a built and cultural heritage reason for objection rather than a solely visual impact. The impact from viewpoint 10 is, we think the visual impact from viewpoint 10 is significant, and that contributes to the visual reasons, the visual impact reasons for objecting, if that makes sense. Sorry, I'll try and clarify if you need it.
Essentially, Mr. Fitzpatrick, I'm obliged to you for that answer, because you seem to be saying that it's not cultural heritage grounds per se that gives rise to the objection. It's as objection 4 at the back in page 11 states, significantly adversely impact important views to and adversely affects the integrity of the setting of Dunvegan Castle.
So I'm going to object. I think this witness has made it entirely clear that in this report he's acting in a number of bases. He is reporting what other consultees, internal consultees, have said, and that's a natural function of a planning officer drawing various bits and pieces together for the committee. He's clearly not presenting his own views in paragraphs 7157 to 7159. He's seeking to summarise and inform the committee of the views from his historic environment team. And the grounds of objection follow from that. I think it's unfair to ask this witness more detailed questions, as my learned friend seems to be going on to, about the nature and terms of those grounds of objection, which this witness has not had anything to do with. His last answer was saying that his concern about viewpoint 10 was from a visual impact basis, and he certainly have no objection to him being cross-examined on the visual impact assessment that he's formed on viewpoint 10, although I understand that, frankly, it's agreed there's a significant impact. But I do think that my friend is straying over the line. I understand her sensitivity about the cultural heritage objection, but that will be a matter that she can no doubt raise in full with Mr. Brockie in due course.
Yes, well.
Thank you, sir. The reason that I'm raising it with Mr. Fitzpatrick is that there is this link from paragraph 7.158 to the ground of objection related to cultural heritage. And as this witness is the author of the report committee, including the ground of objection, what I'm keen to understand from him as a planning officer and how it has translated into a ground of objection on cultural heritage grounds as to whether or not it is based upon significant adverse visual impacts, which is a matter that I'll come back to ultimately in submission. But in terms of the content of Mr. Brockie's evidence, that's essentially going to be based upon issues identified in the evidence of my next witness, Ms. Glancy. I'm just trying to establish the reasoning between paragraph 7.158 and the ground of objection as stated in paragraph 4 of section 11.
I do think that is straying from the purpose of this section, which is landscape and visual impact assessment. The report says what it says, and my own friend can make submissions on it in due course, and she's telegraphed those submissions quite properly, and we can deal with them in due course. But if, as appears to be the case, that the applicant is suggesting that the built-in cultural heritage objection is based on a visual impact rather than a cultural impact, then that's clearly a matter that she can quite properly put to Mr. Brockie, and his answers on that will be the answers you take into account. I don't think this witness is going to be able to assist you on that issue.
Although Mr. Finlay, he did write the report, and therefore he drafted presumably the reasons for objection, and he will know the reason why there was the objection to on the basis of well, I suppose that's a cultural heritage objection, isn't it? But perhaps you could state clearly the point that you're seeking to bring out, and put that to Mr. Fitzpatrick directly, and that will deal with the matter. Just in terms of the link that I understand you're drawing between paragraph 7158 and the reasons for refusal. I'm going to direct a question like, was the objection on the basis of visual impact or on the basis of cultural heritage? Would that clear up the matter?
It would for me, sir. And that was essentially the reason of going to paragraph 4 of section 11 when my learned friend intervened and objected to the line being pursued, is the link between the explanation for the ground of objection as expressed in paragraph 4, read in the context, I think, in my submission, appropriately 7.158. I do not intend to stray into the question of the setting.
Well, if that's the case, well, I think put the question and we'll see if there's an objection from Mr. Finlay.
Could you look, please, at paragraph 4 of section 11 with the recommendations? Do you have that?
Take one moment to read it, if I may.
Yes.
So my understanding is that you're referring specifically to the sentence that says significantly
Correct.
Adversely impacts important views too. So that specific part, I would still consider that a built-in cultural heritage take. Reason for refusal, and it would be reason 3. which would encompass the visual impact, reason for refusal.
Well, this paragraph which you wrote, is that correct?
Which paragraph is that, sorry?
Reason for objection.
Yes.
And you say it doesn't accord with the provisions of Section 36 of the Act by virtue of not demonstrating sufficient regard to the desirability of and failing to reasonably mitigate effects detrimental to protecting a site and building of architectural and historic interest. Because, so shall we take from that that the reason for those conclusions is based on significant adverse impacts in relation to important views and which adversely affects the integrity of the setting. That's your reasoning.
Again, are we straying into cultural and
No,
built
is that your reasoning for the conclusion?
The reasoning is based on the response that we've received from our consultee.
Which you've interpreted as adversely affecting the integrity of the setting, which is a cultural heritage. And I'm not asking you about your justification in that regard, but that's how your reasoning has been so far as this objection is concerned.
I'm sorry, you'll need to repeat that question.
Your reasoning in this paragraph provides the justification for the objection based upon the integrity of the setting and design of the castle and the design landscape being adversely affected. But that is based on, and what I'm asking you, do you agree that from the wording of this paragraph, the justification for that conclusion is significant adverse visual effects on important views to both the castle and the design landscape?
I'm going to object to that. The reason says what it says. Maybe, and my learned friend has slipped in the word visual in her question to the witness. The reason is drafted to convey as a matter of logic, to convey what the witness understood to be the objection of the historic environment team. He's clear that he doesn't hold any basis or grounds for that. I submit in due course the reason is clear on its face and raises matters. If my learned friend considers that it was a visual impact objection, that is a matter to put to Mr. Brocky. It does relate to views to the castle, that's made clear, and the impact on the setting. With respect to my learned friend, there is nothing inconsistent with that, with 7.158, which talks about important views towards the castle from the west and impact on its setting. It's entirely consistent. To ask this witness what other matters may lay behind that reasoning is not a matter for him, with respect. He is simply seeking to summarise, as he's indicated to you, what the advice of this historic environment team was, and which has led to this ground of refusal, or of objection, my apologies, not refusal. I do object to the line of questioning on the basis that it's not for this witness to answer, and it certainly won't be matters that he's prepared to deal with in this session at this level of detail.
So, I don't think an objection is merited, because my learned friend went into a number of issues, but he does accept that the wording significantly adversely impact important views too is raising a visual matter.
Sorry, could you say that again? I didn't catch that.
he does accept that the wording significantly adversely impact important views too is raising a visual matter, a visual effects matter.
Respect, my own friend, that's not correct. He's accepted that from his discipline, views to the castle raise a visual impact objection, and indeed Kay Anderson has said in the views from viewpoint 10, although the reasoning is different, there's a significant impact. This relates to his impact on the historic environment. There's a correlation between the two, but they're not the same thing, and it's unfair to ask this witness or to suggest to this witness that his evidence is related to the basis of this objection, which is what is being said.
Sir, it's a restricted point, and it's something that features in his evidence as I began the introduction to this section under reference to paragraph 6.5 of his inquiry report. And all I'm seeking is clarification. It's a matter of fairness that I'm inviting this witness as to just what he means by that wording, rather than us speculating about his contribution.
If you turn your microphone off. That's it. I think the wording here says what it says. So as Mr. Finlay says, we can have submissions on what the wording means in paragraph 4. This is a session about landscape and visual effects. I think this issue could be, if you're asking Ms. Fitzpatrick whether paragraph 4 is an objection on the basis of landscape and visual effects, or in visual effects in particular, I think that can be dealt with in one question, which you could put directly to him. I think that's, if you would do that, then I think we can finish off this section.
Yes, thank you, sir. I agree with that. Is the objection based upon significant visual effects?
The objection is informed by visual effects, but it's a cultural and heritage objection.
Yes, of course. Should we take a break until 5 past? Should we say 5 past 10? 5 past 11, rather.
Coffee.
Thank you.
There was one thing before we start again. We've looked into the possibility of bringing Mr. Kelly in by video. There doesn't seem to be any prospect of putting him on screen, and I think any other attempt to jury rig things is just not really going to be acceptable in a hearing. I mean, if we put him on a computer or something like that, it's just not going to have the sound necessary to carry in this room. So I think if you could move to your backup plan, Mr. Campbell. I'm sorry about that.
Don't apologise, sir. Thank you. Of course, I accept your ruling, and I'll deal with it. I'll let you know how I'm going to deal with it. In due course.
Mr. Fitzpatrick indicated that he'd checked the points that he wanted, that he'd asked about previously about them.
Yes, leg 2 wind farm redesign was approved on the 2nd of November 2021, and that was for turbines of 200 metres, 190 metres and 150, I think.
Leg 2, yeah.
Leg 2.
Oh, if anyone's having difficulty hearing, I think David was able to turn up the volume of, certainly was able to turn up the volume of my speaker, so if anyone's having difficulty, the volume of the speakers can be turned up. Well, if you don't mind, just throw, David, are you able to do that just now, or are you? Are you trying it? Going to do it through the software, okay. I'm just testing it now. Is that louder? Please go ahead, yes.
Sorry, sir. Mr. Fitzpatrick, could you look please at paragraph 2.4 of your inquiry report? And you note there that paragraphs 788 to 7106 and Appendix A6 of the report of handling from the initial report of handling on the original application 230 provides your view on visual impact assessment appraisal, which remains valid and unchanged for the 200 metres as proposed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you go on to say, I acknowledge the visible reduction in height of the 180 metre turbines offered as mitigation. Do you agree with the applicants, or more specifically, the conclusion expressed by Ms Anderson that they have no material impact on the scale of change or level of significance of visual effects overall?
Correct.
And is it for that reason that you don't consider that would represent appropriate mitigation?
Generally, yes.
Could you look please at your report, which is CD 230. And this is dated August 2024. And if you turn please to the paragraphs that you were indicating, 788, starting at paragraph 780, starting at paragraph 7.88. And you provide something of a conclusion in paragraph 7.106. If you could turn to that, please. Are these essentially the views that you discuss in greater detail under reference to the viewpoint analysis that's been done as part of the additional assessment?
Yeah, it's a summary of the overall effects.
And what you draw out in particular are the significant landscape and visual effects. You're speaking your evidence to the visual effects, and that it leads to the conclusion the scheme's design objectives to minimise effects from local settlements and peninsulas to the east and west, and from key views, routes, or minimising impacts on regionally or locally valued landscape are not met. Moreover, the scheme's resultant significantly detrimental effects will be mostly experienced by residential, recreational and road user receptors from the western coastal fringes, and this is largely covered by the regionally significant Northwest Sky SLA designation, and particularly impacts to the dynamic coastal special quality are not considered acceptable overall as described. And we know from the evidence, particularly of Mr. Daly, that remains the advice from him. or the views offered by him in terms of landscapes adversely affected?
It's consistent. Mr. Daly did also advise of significant impacts on the farmed lowland landscape type.
Yes, and
special quality.
and he also commented on the crofting landscape.
That's correct, yeah.
And we also know from his evidence that he takes the view that there is a seascape issue or adverse impact so far as the SLA is concerned. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And if you turn on in the report to the conclusion section, which is from paragraph 9.1 onwards, so far as your evidence is concerned, are these conclusions still valid?
We've removed our objection for soils and peat. I'll just read through them again if I may.
Sorry, you were nodding in my direction. Are you agreeing that they're still valid?
The conclusions.
Yes.
Yes, but we've removed our objection on peat grounds and soils, yeah.
Apart from that, yes, apart from that removal. So far as paragraph 9.1 is concerned, should the reporter take it that it's the council's position that it is acknowledged that the development has potential to bring economic benefits to the area?
Yes.
And also the contribution that the proposed development will make to the Scottish Government's targets in the route to net zero is also acknowledged. This is just by way, I'm not going to go into the detail.
Yes, it's been acknowledged throughout the report and the appendices, yeah.
And then we go into the issues of relevance to landscape in paragraph 9.3, is that correct?
Yes.
And the remainder of that section is related to your evidence to this inquiry on the effects, the significant effects on landscape and visual effects. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then in 9.7, you address specifically the SLA and the designation. And I'm not going to discuss the policy test with you. That will come into place, will be addressed in a hearing session. But the point that you highlight of relevance to your visual evidence is that in terms of policy 4D of MPF 4, the issue is protecting the integrity and qualities of such designation. I think it's all special qualities of such designations that clearly outweigh the significant effect on, in this case, the special qualities of the special landscape area. Acknowledging that the conclusion of both yourself and your landscape witness is that the integrity of the SLA would not be adversely affected. Is that correct?
We've not forwarded an integrity argument. We're focused on the special qualities.
And then paragraph 9.8 refers to what is an issue before the reporter and the ministers ultimately regarding that test. And you focus on whether or not your evidence demonstrates there are unacceptable impacts on the natural environment. That's not adequately mitigated by its location through the design process. Is that a good summary of your evidence on visual effects?
I think it's correct to say that we haven't been presented with adequate mitigation at any stage during the assessment of the application on landscape and visual impact assessments.
And just to be clear, so that the reporter knows exactly what it is that he's addressing, there are two matters that have been mentioned in your evidence about Mr. Daly. One is the height of the turbines, and presumably also the span of the blades, which was mentioned by Mr. Daly.
I'm not sure if you mentioned the span or the spin.
He definitely did mention the spin. I took his evidence to be a reference to the span.
I can't comment on that. I would have no. Sorry.
So insofar as you mentioned the spin, do you know, or based on your knowledge, are you aware of whether that would be faster or slower than the existing wind turbine? If you don't know, just say.
And we're going into mathematics with that, so I don't know whether it will be faster or slower.
So there's the height of the turbine. We also know from your evidence there is an issue in terms of the location of certainly some of the turbines. Is that correct?
Yeah, the scale and layout.
But is it correct that your concern is specifically in relation to those turbines that have been identified, as you would describe, as creeping into the coastal fringe?
The assessment doesn't take an account of a turbine by turbine. Our concerns is that the visual impact of taller turbines and turbines coming forward of the existing, which would be the creeping into the coastal fringe. So, for example, if we did see an outlier turbine that was problematic in the number of views, we might suggest that that would be removed, and we might not raise an objection subject to its removal, or, those options are generally, we keep them available, but that's not been the case for Ben Aketil repowering or extension.
Sorry, specifically what's not available for the repowering scheme?
So we haven't considered that it would be improved by the removal of a turbine, for example, in terms of visual amenity. I don't think that that's the case in this particular submission.
And then in paragraph 9.10, there's an explanation of the reasons for objection. We can skip over the ones related to the Pete objection. And halfway down that paragraph, I see the sentence that begins, the proposal would result in significantly detrimental landscape effects, and then the landscape character types are listed, which we know from Mr. Daly's evidence, and then significant detrimental visual effects for residential, recreational and road user receptors at several locations to the northeast, northwest, west, southwest and south of the proposal site, which results in significantly detrimental effects on the SLA. And the judgment that's been reached, according to that paragraph, is that it's not considered that the social, environmental or economic benefits outweigh the detrimental effects on the landscape. Is that a fair summary?
Landscape or visual amenity effects.
But there is separately, and I'm not going to dwell on this, but just to record that in terms of MPF 4 and Policy 11, there is separately the requirement on the part of the decision makers to give serious consideration to whether the proposal would bring benefits in terms of government policy, government renewable energy policy.
That's correct, yes, and I think that will be up for discussion in the policy hearing session. But these are our reasons for objecting, not our determination.
But would it be fair to say from these sections of the report that we've looked at, there hasn't been a balancing exercise specific to the policy justification for the benefits associated with renewable energy policy?
And those considerations are included in the appendices.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Those considerations, policy considerations, are given more detail in the appendices.
But we don't find in this particular paragraph where there's a balancing of different considerations a reference to those benefits.
I think it's in the paragraphs of the conclusions, in that specific paragraph. It might not.
Sorry, specifically, what are you referring to as to where you find that balancing exercise?
So I think we have in the overall conclusions between paragraphs 9.1 and 9.10. It's acknowledged the contributions to renewable energy targets and so on and the considerable weight that's given by the Scottish Government are all acknowledged. I think it's fair to say that we've considered that on balance. We don't think that those contributions by the single development are outweigh the impacts on landscape, including designated landscapes and regionally important and distinctive landscapes and visual impacts. I think we've been.
Well, which paragraph is that you're referring to?
The conclusions, so paragraphs 9.1 through 9.10.
So it's your evidence that in that section that reflects that you have given consideration to that specific requirement to balance the renewable energy benefits against the detrimental environmental effects.
The balance is summarised in the conclusion. However, the detail is given in the appendices, I think specifically Appendix 2.
We're going to have a discussion on policy, including the overall balance, on Friday or whenever the policy hearing will be. So I'm not sure if we need to go into that just now. In terms of Ms Fitzpatrick's evidence on visual effect of the proposed development.
No, I appreciate that, sir, and it wasn't good to take it any further. Another appendix within this report, and to which reference is made, is Appendix 5, which is the assessment against landscape visual criteria. So far as you're concerned, is this appendix still valid? Because it was also carried forward as being adopted for the Council's position in the summer last year. Is that correct?
We haven't updated it in the light of additional further environmental information. This was based on the submission at the time.
So, insofar as there's any consideration of that, is that should be caveated that you haven't taken into account specifically the cumulative effects assessment?
Yeah, it hasn't been updated since.
So what weight should be placed on your conclusion as to compliance with the onshore wind energy supplementary guidance?
I would advise the reporter to discount the one in the report and refer to that of Andrew Daly's that was considered yesterday.
Without going back to that report, there were only a small number of conclusions that he revised in terms of the different criteria that were related to landscape. Is that fair?
We're referring to Andrew Daly's precognition or inquiry report, is it? Sorry.
His inquiry report. He has an appendix at the back of the inquiry report, doesn't he?
So that's Appendix 2 of Andrew Daly's inquiry report. That's CD 14.2. And if I may just correct what I've just previously said, I wouldn't say discount ours, I would say give more consideration to Andrews. I think it's still worth giving some review of the Appendix 5 of the report of handling.
And specifically, are we talking about those passages that are emboldened?
disclosures.
Yes.
Yeah, they're the more important ones for sure. And for that, sorry, just to clarify, is because those are the ones where he considers that the criteria hasn't been met.
One matter that I think you could possibly assist us with as a principal planning officer from the local authority is in relation to the weight to attach to the document, because I know this is an appendix to the local plan and is document 5.2, small Roman numerals 1. Is that correct?
Really, we are going to have a policy session on Friday, and if there are matters relating to the onshore wind guidance, perhaps it would be better to raise them then, rather than with Mr. Fitzpatrick now. Unless there's an issue that arises from that guidance in respect of Mr. Fitzpatrick's evidence, I would really prefer to deal with the onshore wind policy guidance in the status of it in the policy session.
Okay, so we'll return to it then. For this part of the evidence, could you have figure KA1, which is attached to Ms. Anderson's further environmental information inquiry report?
So, is applicant evidence 13, CD 13?
And we can see on this plan the different developments that feature in your evidence in terms of cumulative development. You can see the index at the side shows those which are operational, consented in planning and in scoping. Do you see those, Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Yeah, I have the document open.
Sorry?
I have the document open, yes.
And do you agree the content of that plan in terms of the schemes that have been considered?
Yeah, I mean, it references Edinburgh repowering, which we now know is not being pursued, but then Scar.
In terms of the content of the table that we've been looking at, would you agree that?
It appears to be accurate, yes.
We can also see those areas where the greater number of turbines feature to the south and to an extent to the west in the SLA, in and around the SLA. Do you agree with that representation?
Are you referring to the approved Glenulinish, mostly? There's also Ben being like further south.
And we have on this plan the Glenulinish consented and also the Glenulinish proposed in planning.
Yes, and it includes the turbines that have now been deleted from the... so if I can just give a little bit of detail to help everybody out. The orange turbines shown in the forestry, but mostly in the forestry, going from north-west to south-east. Those are generally that would describe the amended plan. The orange turbines to the southwest, where the words Glenulinish 2, those are the ones that have been deleted.
Sorry, say that again. So the turbines in the south, the turbines in the forestry remain, the turbines in the south have been deleted, yeah? Okay.
Yes, and for an additional detail, from memory, I think there's an additional turbine included in those that are amended, so that's those that remain. So I think it was 32, that if you were to count them, that would show 32 turbines. In that cluster of turbines, that grouping of turbines, that would be 33 in the amended.
Could I just ask, just to follow up from that, so that leaves a consent for the Glenulinish, so that's the turbines in green, and then the proposal for the Glenulinish turbines, Glenulinish 2 to the northeast of that. So presumably those two consents could, well, that's not consent, is it? The consent could be implemented, and if the Glenulinish 2 was implemented as amended, then those two consents would theoretically be compatible, at least in the sense that they can both be implemented, that there's not an overlap.
But to give you if that's correct, yeah, our position would be we wouldn't be supportive of that.
I understand that. I picked picked up the point you made earlier that I had the impression they couldn't be implemented compatibly, and I just wanted to check that, as I understand now why they can be, right?
And I think there's reference in the committee report that, in theory, they both, before the amended Glenulinish 2 scheme, in theory, Glenulinish consented and Glenulinish proposed, could, in theory, be built out together too.
Just that I'm absolutely clear in my head on this, was I correct in understanding that you were saying that you're not supportive of the consented scheme remaining extant, as an extant consent?
In the event that Glenulinish 2, as amended, is approved.
I'm sorry, sir, I don't know if it's just me that's not clear in my mind as to just what it is, or what the alternatives are. I think you indicated that the turbines to the east, and a useful way of describing it was, as you did, within the forestry, essentially represents what is potentially a new application.
It's the amended.
The amended application.
Yes.
Right. Sorry, insofar as there is already an extant consent, which is represented by the green dots in this figure, it hasn't been proposed by the applicant to not implement that consent, but you would not be in favour of the turbines that had been consented in conjunction with the amended application.
Yeah, it's fair to say that that's our current position, yes. Yeah.
Is that clear, sir? And from this figure, we also see the SLA outlined in purple and the proximity of it to the proposed development relative to the evidence of yourself and Mr. Daly. And from the shading, that shows that in and around that area, it would be predominantly 7 to 9 hubs that would be visible, and any number of blade tips as it's described.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear which hubs from which development.
So I'm talking about the proposed development, Ben Aketil. If you look across to the key on the right-hand side.
So, which area again, sorry?
Around the SLA, and specifically to Loch Bracadale, which is the focus of your evidence and that of Mr. Daly.
And so the purple shows that 7 to 9 hubs will be visible, yeah. Intermittently.
Now, one difference between yourself and Mr. Daly with Miss Anderson's approach relates to the methodology that's been used. Is that correct?
I think we've attempted to apply the same methodology. That would be my understanding. I think it would be fairer to say that in terms of visual viewpoint analysis, that would be where the difference, as I understand it, that's where the main difference would be in terms of methodology.
So we correct to understand from that you've essentially followed the same approach as Ms Anderson in terms of methodology.
That would be what we would do for all, because we're essentially appraising an assessment. So we generally would take on, unless it's justified not, we would generally take on the methodology as proposed, but we will always seek to do a viewpoint analysis up to and including a conclusion on significance of visual effect. Hope that's clear.
So in summary, are you acknowledging the points made by Ms Anderson in her evidence as regards viewpoint analysis and the criticisms as to the way in which it was suggested that she was more receptor-based rather than specific locations?
That's been the method that she's followed, yes. That's my understanding, yes.
And do you accept her position in evidence that it is reflective of the approach set out in GLVIA 3?
We haven't questioned whether it accords with GLVIA 3.
Does that mean then that it's accepted that it's been carried out in accordance with GLVIA 3?
I missed the word.
Does that mean that it's accepted by the Council that it's been carried out in accordance with GLVIA 3?
I think that's what we've said in our reports as well, yeah. So.
And would you accept that the approach to visual assessment is that it should be acknowledged that the purpose of viewpoints is to illustrate the visual effects of the development as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, I've set out my precognition and inquiry report, and in the report that visual assessing, doing a visual an analysis of viewpoints is very helpful to set out the extent of significant effects and otherwise, and that visualizations and viewpoints can, they can equally show a significant effect or show that a significant effect doesn't occur, and it's helpful from then to base your receptor-based assessment of significant effects following on your viewpoint analysis.
You would accept, I would presume, that as an experienced reporter, he has been provided with the material necessary to carry out that exercise as well.
Can I be the judge of that?
I'm not. I have the evidence before me that I have. I don't have any secret evidence.
I'm not suggesting that. You're able to carry out an assessment with the information that you had?
Yes, we were, and it's more complete with the additional information.
Do you acknowledge that there are a surprisingly few number of significant effects identified for a 200-metre scheme?
that wasn't how I put it, I don't think. I was surprised that there were few acknowledged significant effects. I think significant effects will occur whether they're acknowledged in the EIA or not. I think, as I've set out in my evidence, that I think especially in the LVIA, that certain significant effects were not included.
Are these the effects that Ms. Anderson in her inquiry report referred to as not significant? Although identified as moderate, she doesn't classify them as significant.
That's quite a vague question, but sorry.
Well, we know from her evidence that you were present for that she was discussing effects that she classifies as moderate, but she qualifies and says that in that instance she doesn't treat that moderate conclusion as being a significant effect.
I think this has been the difficulty of the sort of, it's easier to follow the logic and it's easier to understand meaningful similarities and differences if the EIA includes a visual, an analysis, a viewpoint analysis, up to significance of effect.
We have the Starlink equipment for remote Wi-Fi available, which would take about 10 or 15 minutes to set up. We have an hour, roughly an hour's run to lunch, or my normal lunch time. Would it be appropriate to take a break now or leave it till lunchtime? We could.
I'm worried about the timetable, I have to say to you.
Yes.
If I may say so, you should leave for lunchtime.
Well, let's do that then. We can maybe have a slightly longer lunch. Okay. Should we do that? Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't speaking for everybody else.
I don't need to take a break, sir. It's a matter for you.
Let's carry on until lunchtime. I think we'll finish off as far as we can.
Could I interrupt? Sorry, would it be possible just to take a quick comfort break?
So I'm not quite sure who's that. Oh, was that you? All right. Yes. Yes. Okay. Let's take 10 minutes then. Okay. going to take a minute or two more to do the Starlink, but I think that's possible to do either now or at lunchtime without interrupting the inquiry.
Thank you, sir. Could you look at your inquiry report, please? CD 14.3.
Sorry?
CD 14.3. Could you look at table 3.1, please? What you explain in paragraph 3.8 is that the table compares the applicant's view of scale of change resulting from the development as a singular development based on a comparative baseline. Each of the viewpoints is provided an EIA and updated through the FEIA. Do you recall that in Ms. Anderson's evidence, she explained why it was that she considered table 3.1 was not comparing essentially like with like?
And it would be helpful to be reminded. Thank you.
Essentially, what she clarified in her evidence was the detail that you've included in the second column, the company's assessment of scale of change, was in fact taken from the EIA report and not the additional information 2 report.
If I recall, it wasn't updated in the additional information report, so I think the scale of change was the same. It would be worth verifying that.
Now, the point that she clarified was that it was taken from the original environmental impact assessment report, so therefore it wasn't surprising that it was the same because it wasn't taken from the additional information.
Right, okay.
This is linked to the evidence that she also gave that she didn't include scale of change because of it being overly complex, which is recorded in her evidence.
That'd be for the cumulative? Or?
Yes,
Yeah.
for the main LVIA. The simple point, Mr. Fitzpatrick, is that the content of column 2 is based on the EIA report that's not been updated. Because in the the additional information, she had not taken account of scale of change to try and simplify the assessment.
So it was, the content of column 2 is based on the information that was available.
Available in the environmental impact assessment report.
And just to clarify, that's because it wasn't available in the additional environmental information.
Yes, that's correct. And if we see from paragraph 3.8, and the reasoning in the first sentence, it seems as though you had believed that column had been updated. Is she correct in that? That she hadn't updated it and that you were operating under a false assumption? I'm not being critical at all.
I think it's just taken the information that's been provided in the round, but I accept that point.
And then you go on to say your detailed appraisal is provided in Appendix 6, but the reporter should take this as you having intended to update.
We're in paragraph 3.8.
Yes, 3.8, the second sentence. A summary of the reasons for the difference is also provided where relevant. However, my detailed appraisal is provided in Appendix 6 of the report of handling. And whilst not an exact copy, nothing new has been introduced except where I provide a summary of my findings for a restored baseline for the specific viewpoints that you list there. So essentially, at the very least, the reporter can take this table and the information in the table as being an update of the council's position.
And to include the scale of change with the restored baseline.
So in the table itself, you've identified where you consider there are no differences in overall findings. Is that correct?
There's a scale of change, yes.
But where you have identified a difference in overall comparative baseline findings, the reporter would have to treat those with caution, given that you were addressing a different comparison to that explained in paragraph 3.8.
I'm not sure I would choose the word caution.
It's not a straight comparison, which was your intention. Not a straight comparison of the current position on the same evidential base.
It's an interesting point. I think that, again, it goes back to, I'm not really sure why we wouldn't have a scale of change in the updated landscape visual impact assessment, but...
Well, again, that was explained in Ms. Anderson's evidence as to how she sought to keep it simple because she considered the cumulative assessment picture was complicated. The more developed cumulative assessment picture was complicated.
Well, it was all complicated enough, so this is about solace now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason that's been forwarded, so I have to accept that that's the reason why it's not there.
So going on to paragraph 3.10, you say that you explained that in your report of handling that you had come to the conclusion that differences in judgment between the applicant and yourself were in part due to your assessment giving more weight to factors such as poor composition. What do you mean by poor composition?
And it's described, I think, in the report that factors such as the distances between turbines, difference in height of tub and tip and hub heights, different, whether it's loose groupings, whether there's a sort of clear rhythm to the display, to the array. There's those kind of factors, so those are apparent in the visualizations at different viewpoints.
And do we see that according to this paragraph you were assuming that there would be larger moving blades associated with the new development, the new proposed development?
Yes, whether larger moving blades contribute to the composition factor, I don't think that would be the case.
And if I put it to you that if in fact it would be slower moving blades, how would that change your opinion?
I've never assessed the speed of rotating blades. They move, therefore they attract more attention.
So it was the fact that you were assuming that the larger moving blades would be moving faster and therefore more distracting?
I'm not sure I have assumed that they would be moving faster. I don't know where I would have written that.
It's just simply the fact they're larger.
Larger and moving.
Did you make any assumption as to the speed at which they were moving?
No, it's never been a factor in a visual assessment, the speed. Small turbines, such as domestic scale turbines, it's accepted that they spin faster because they're smaller blades.
In section 4, you discuss the comparative versus restored baseline. In general terms, do you agree that using the restored baseline results in a larger number of significant effects?
I don't think that's been the case in my assessment. I think that the number of significant effects...
For the applicant. The applicant's assessment
yes.
has more significant effects.
That would appear to be the case. Ms. Anderson has identified more significant effects on the receptors that were included in the LVIA.
But so far as the Council is concerned, there is no change as regards the number of significant effects.
I would say identified significant effects.
So, in contrast to perceived. Are you making that qualification in terms of identified significant effects to draw a distinction between evaluated as opposed to perceived?
And I would draw this distinction between those that have been evaluated in the LVIA and the submission and those that will actually occur in real life if the turbines are constructed.
Just to be clear, so your use of identified are those that you believe will occur in real life, as you put it?
No, they're identified in the EIA and the additional environmental information, and that would be identified, and there will be significant effects that may not have been identified that will occur once the proposal is constructed.
Is that the same to predict? The second category that you just described is, how does that relate to predicted?
I think really I wouldn't go into identified is predicted. I think I've made it clear in my precognition that I basically consider that whether they've been identified or not, they will happen. The point I would like to address to Mr. Seaton is that they should be identified in the EIA, and I don't consider, certainly in my of the LBIA as it was initially submitted, I don't think that all significant effects were identified or predicted. I hope that answers the question.
In relation to magnitude of change, is that something that you would accept as informed by judgment?
Yes.
If you could turn to table 6.1, please. In your comments column, this is your updated cumulative visual impacts, and is this based upon both updated cumulative impact assessments, i.e. you're comparing the assessment in the additional information lodged by the applicant with your updated assessment from the report of handling?
Yes.
So can the applicant and the reporter take this as your comparison between scenario 2 and scenario 3 and the conclusions drawn by the applicant as against your assessment for both those scenarios? Is that fair?
So it goes up to the scale of cumulative change. So sorry, I just want to understand, you're saying that the scale of cumulative change wasn't updated in the text of the additional information?
What I'm trying to be clear is, compared to the discussion that we had over table 3.1, how you weren't necessarily comparing like with like, I'm wanting to understand whether or not we are comparing like with like for the purposes of this table. But from that last answer, it seems to be that you're suggesting that table 6.1, you were using the information contained within the original EIA report as your baseline information.
I just want to be clear on that. I'm sure that there was a updated table in the EIA that, so I just want to double check that, say in the additional environmental information. So I'm quite sure I was taking the information from table 2 on page 57 of the updated landscape and visual impact assessment. So that's the CLVIA summary. Sorry, that's that summary on that table is up to significance. Yeah. Sorry, I'm incorrect on that point.
It's not clear, Mr. Fitzpatrick, what it is you're saying. It's not clear to me anyway what it is you're saying is to do with significance. What was it that you were thinking that this was equivalent of?
Apologies, I was just checking that the table 2 in the updated landscape and visual assessment which is the CLVIA summary. No, I acknowledge that table goes up to significance of cumulative effect in those different scenarios. It's not an measure of scale of change, which is referred to in my inquiry report.
So you accept it is essentially a comparison between operational effects, where there are operational assessments, in both a comparative or a restored.
Apologies, can you repeat that?
If you give me a moment, please. So, trying to pull this all together, are you saying that what you've recorded in the table 6.1 is not related to scale of change? Is that what you're saying?
No, the table 6.1 is related to scale of change. If I could just have a moment just to read the paragraphs before so I can clarify for myself. Sorry for the right wait there. Yeah. So it looks like the information in the table is likely taken from paragraphs 5.34, the viewpoints analysis.
In the additional information.
In the additional information. But I recognise that table that I mentioned previously goes up to a consideration of significance of cumulative visual effect. Yep, so that would go up to paragraph 5.3.64. I think the point that is being addressed here is that the table in my inquiry report is probably not as helpful as the descriptions in the updated landscape and visual assessment.
I think you're referring to page. What page? Fancy. I think you're saying you've taken the information from page 27 onwards in section 3, in section 5.3. Is that correct?
From memory, yes, but yeah.
And just to be clear, have you taken that information for the purposes of creating your table 6.1?
As far as I'm aware, yeah.
Thank you, sir. That concludes the cross-examination.
Thank you. No questions from me, I think. Mr. Finlay, examination?
Thank you, sir. I only have one question, which is really a clarification. You were taken in your report to, sorry, I just lost it. Yeah, paragraph 3.10 on page 9. And so your inquiry report, paragraph 3.10. And then you ask some questions about it. Now, you say in the first line of that, doesn't arrive directly from cross-examination, but I think it's a matter that needs to be explained. You refer to the report of handling at paragraph 7.118. Do you see that?
Yes.
If you go to the report of handling, whose CD reference I've forgotten, but I'm sure it's open, you will find that paragraph 7.118 deals with road, is under the heading roads, transport and access.
Yes.
So it's clearly a misreference. And in order to save time, I'm going to lead you, at least to this extent. It appears to me that you may have been intending to refer to 7.96. So it's just so that when the reporter is reviewing this, he has the correct reference back to your report of handling. Potentially 797 as well, but it's for you to tell us whether that the subject matter is the subject matter you were intending to refer back to. And if it's not in those paragraphs, where else is it?
I would agree it's paragraph 7.96 to paragraph 7.97.
I'm grateful. I don't think that was going to be either difficult, and I hope it's not contentious, but that may assist you in due course, given the emphasis Malone Frone placed on paragraph 3.10 of the inquiry report. Apart from that, I have no further questions, Mr. Fitzpatrick, and hopefully you're free to have lunch.
I think that's right. So thank you very much for your evidence, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thanks very much.
So it's 12:51. Should we break for lunch? Come back at say 1:35. Yeah.
So I was stopping sharp at 4 today, because I know you raised the possibility we might not need to.
As far as we know, we're stopping sharp at 4. We haven't heard anything else from the Shinty Club, so I'm sorry about that.
Quite important for us that this plant is able to go today for various unconnected reasons, but important nonetheless. So I hope we can get through our cross-examination in the afternoon.
I'll see if we can get in touch with someone at the club and just check whether we can stay a bit longer.
The plat to the inquiry. Who's a witness for Swig? Ms. Platt, good afternoon. You should have in front of you your inquiry report and a recognition and an earlier document to review of the LDI from May 2025, and I think 5 drawings numbered CD 15.4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. You have all those with you?
Yes, I do.
The only matter I'd like to take from you in evidence in chief, if I may, is in your recognition, if you could turn that up and go to page 3, please. There's paragraph 1.9. And you have said there are additional significant adverse visual effects anticipated for the following 6 receptors: Edinburgh, Flashadar, North Minganish, A50, Corpath to Oronsay, and the Corpath Recreation Resource. I wonder if you could just explain in your own words what you want us to take from this paragraph, please.
Yes, certainly. Overall, in my assessment, I went through the applicant assessment and did a comparison for my effects compared to the applicant's effects, and these were the receptors which I considered to be significant and adverse over and above those identified by the applicant.
Sorry, can I just ask you to speak a bit more slowly?
Yes, I will try. So the first receptor would be Edinburgh, and you can refer to CD 15.8. So this is figure 5, Upper Edinburgh, and this is the view from in front of the houses. So Upper Edinburgh is part of the settlement of Edinburgh. It's a crofting settlement, it's a linear settlement, and it looks directly towards the hill above Coisletter, which is in line with the current Ben Aketil and the proposed Ben Aketil. And the current context is the main aspect of the houses looking towards the hill with very, very limited views to any of the turbines. I think there are views to 3 tips from the current Aketil. I've included the proposals for Benskar to give some context, and then I used the nearby view, which was the only key view represented in that area, which is viewpoint 6 from Flash Shadow. And in my view, I do appreciate also that the applicant has presented an additional viewpoint, an additional wireline to represent this view, and it might be useful to look at that now as well. That's CD 13.10 or CD 13.10. I'm just checking which of the visuals is the most useful to look at. So in CD 13.10 on...
Just give me a moment, I'm sorry, I've got to look that up.
This was the wireframe that Miss Anderson spoke to yesterday, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Have you got it, sir?
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have had it open. Thanks.
Just in your own time, please.
So I think if you look at the 3rd page of that document, it takes you down to a wireline which shows the proposed Benskar, which is in blue. And it's a cumulative wireline, so it shows the proposed Aketil behind the proposed Benskar. So behind the blue turbines, the orange ones are the proposed Aketil. And there will be 4 hubs visible above the skyline. And bearing in mind that the trees from this distance don't stretch much above the skyline, there will potentially be approximately 4 hubs above the tree level, and then additional tips. I felt that this change from a indistinct and barely discernible presence of wind farms in that main aspect of the view from the crofting settlement of Upper Edinburgh to quite a prominent presence would be significant and would be a moderate significant adverse effect. The further issue of the cumulative effect I do discuss, but I won't go into that now.
but I was not sure if you managed to catch up with the evidence. Can I proceed, or are you
Please do that.
still looking for something? No. Is that all you want to say about Eden Bain just now?
I don't know. I don't want to confuse with cumulative effects. If that might be covered later, but just to mention the potential cumulative effects with Ben Scar and the cluttered appearance that I'm expecting from that receptor.
Yeah, I think you deal with that in your precognition, don't you, at 1.12 and following?
Yes.
Okay. All right, just sticking them with the bullet points in 1.9 to keep in sequence. The second one is flash adder.
Yes, so flash adder, if you find document CD 1.17 viewpoint 6.
1.17.
Sorry, 1.17.
Sorry, I wasn't being critical. I just wanted to be sure I heard you properly.
CD 1.17 viewpoint 6.
Viewpoint 6, yes. What would you like us to take from that?
I think if we find 6G.
Is everybody with us? Are you with me? Yes. That's a photograph of the 856, I think.
It's from the A850 at flash adder.
563, not 856. Yeah.
So this is taken just to the east of the settlement of Flash Adder, looking towards the west, and in front the hill of Keuschletter is the forested hill to the front. Currently the experiences the tips of the existing Ben Aketil on the skyline, but they are sunk behind the hill and they don't form a prominent presence, and they sit below the context of the wider horizon. The proposed Ben Aketil sits above the level of the forestry quite distinctly at a much larger lateral extent, rising above the surrounding landform, and I would say forms a dominant presence in the landscape.
Where can we see that?
That's on viewpoint 6 visualization, photomontage visualization 6G. You can also see that the northernmost turbine is adjacent to one of the McLeod's tables, so it also distracts from a key focus of the view.
Right.
I'd also like to note that this forms part of the assessment of the A850.
Have you got the drawing the witness is talking about, sir?
I'm looking at the 3.6G.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I was just looking for an indication that I can proceed.
Oh, sorry, yes,
Go ahead, please. Yes, yeah. Thank you. Is that all you want to say about flash adder just now?
Yes, I'd also like to note that the assessments for flash adder and Edinbane and assessments that I've also done for Greshamish are part of my determinations that the significant adverse effects stretch to the east and the north of the site as well.
Thank you. The third bullet point takes us to North Minganish, different direction.
North Minganish, which is viewpoint 11, is a representative viewpoint for that receptor, which again is in CD 1.17.
Yeah. And which of the viewpoints at 11 do you want us to look at?
I think if we could start with the consented baseline, with the photograph that's used within the top consented baseline image 11A.
It's which one? J, is it? A, sorry.
A. Just to look at the existing situation.
Right. Just tell us what we're looking at there, please.
So the view is over the loch with the elements of the marine aquaculture infrastructure in the loch, which form the focus of the view in some ways. Beyond the edge of the loch towards the hillsides, the existing wind farm is quite indistinct. It follows the landform, and again it doesn't rise above the horizon of the wider hillsides. It's settled within the landscape, and it doesn't form a very distinct presence.
Thank you.
And then if you move to the photo montage, which is visualization 11F, you can see that the proposed Aketil is visible at the far end of the loch. It has a more cluttered appearance. The turbines appear staggered, a little bit untidy. It draws the eye. It competes visually with the marine infrastructure, and it rises above the landform, asserting onto the landscape much more prominently. Within this viewpoint, I assessed a moderate and significant adverse effect.
Is that a moderate adverse effect on the receptor represented by this viewpoint, or more generally?
That was on the receptor. So my assessment was to compare with the applicant assessment. So my assessments are on visual receptors, using the viewpoints to inform the judgments for those receptors.
I think it was part of Miss Anderson's hypothesis yesterday that there was sufficient separation between the turbines here and the water to diminish any effect. What do you say to that?
There's enough separation between the turbines and the water, or between the viewpoint and the development? Sorry.
If I understood her correctly, she was highlighting moorland between the turbines and the coastline that we can see in the photo montage.
I think from this receptor, the key issue for me is that you're The view is drawn in the direction of the turbines. The view is drawn by the water, and the turbines in the development create quite a heavy visual presence that draw the eye. The separation in terms of the water to the turbines, I think what you're looking at is the whole setting, and the impact is on the setting and the view.
Thank you. Your next bullet point is the A850 from Flashida to West Dunvegan.
Yes, I'm just wondering whether it's worth looking at the plan which illustrates the extent of this effect, which would be CD 15.5.
This is a reference to your plans.
Yes, it's figure 2, and it's called Comparison of Significant Effects, or Significant Visual Receptors.
Yeah. And what would you like us to take from the plan?
I'd just like to show the...
just a moment.
Sorry.
Good, sorry, go on.
Okay. So if you look on the plan at the bold blue line which runs towards the top of the plan, to the right hand side of the line is viewpoint 6 at Flashheader, and the line curves down and around past Edinbane and alongside the forested hillside rising up to viewpoint 1, which is directly adjacent to the proposals, and then it runs down again towards Dunvegan. This was not assessed as significant by the applicant, but I've assessed it as significant. I think that's in line with the council. And from this portion of the A850, there will be significant effects, very major moderate effects from viewpoint 1, receding in each direction to moderate. And this forms a strong interruption in the experience of that routeway as a key tourist routeway. Part of the change in assessment was created by an increase in sensitivity levels. So I determined it to be a regional value receptor rather than a community value because of the tourist use of the route. And so the increase in sensitivity as well as higher scale and extent determinations have produced a higher assessment value for that route.
I think that's the only road across that part of Skye, isn't it?
Yes.
Have you, in this plan, drawn a comparison between your own assessment and that of the applicant?
Yes, so the green circles and green lines are the significant effects determined by the applicant. The blue circles and blue lines are extra effects, which I have identified over and above the applicant's determination of significant effects.
All right, I'll come back to the point in a minute. Could you just take then the second last bullet point, core path to Oronsay?
So the core path to Oronsay Island, which you can see on the plan while we have this open,
That's 15.5, is it?
15.5. So towards the bottom, viewpoint 21 is noted, and there's a blue dotted line which goes down to viewpoint 21, which is the core path which links to Oronsay Island, and this was taken as a viewpoint 21. I think it might be useful to look at viewpoint 21, which is again in CD 1.17.
photomontage or at the wire line to start off with?
I think we could look at the baseline photograph first and then the photo montage. So you can see the view is northwards across the loch. The existing Ben Aketil sits within the landform. It doesn't rise above the landform, it's nestled within, and it forms a gentle rhythmic pattern and layout. You can see the existing wind farms of Edinbane, which are to the right and above the crofting landscape. And again, they don't move beyond the wider landform in terms of their vertical extent. They sit within the landscape. And from this viewpoint, the crofting landscape forms a very gentle backdrop to a very expansive and naturalistic view. And then if we move to the photo montage, which is uh, 21H. You can see that the proposals sit clearly above the skyline, higher than any surrounding landform. The rhythmic pattern is lost, and suddenly, from my assessment when I was on the site, I felt that what was quite an indistinct development suddenly became quite prominent and very obvious, and there was a visual competition between the vertical scale of the turbines and the small scale of the crofting landscape, which was very clear and evident from this viewpoint. I assessed that as creating a medium level of scale and a moderate and adverse significant effect.
Thank you. Is that all you want to say about that?
Yes.
And then your last bullet point, just for completeness, you've italicised core path recreation resource, additional receptor. Perhaps you'd just like to explain to the reporter what you mean by that.
Yes, so one of the issues that I drew out within my initial review of the LBIA was that core paths were not identified as a separate receptor. There has been some response from the applicant in terms of justification that they sit within the visual receptors and are therefore assessed as part of the visual receptor groups, which is the case to some extent, but I found 3 that did not appear to be assessed. And I also felt that it did not draw out the potential effects on the core paths very clearly. It left them hidden slightly within the visual receptor groups, and as quite important receptors as a recreational resource within the special landscape area. I was suggested strongly that they should be brought out more clearly for potential significant adverse effects. I identified 6 core paths which would be significant and adversely affected, and they are shown in blue on figure 2, which we had up just before.
Figure 2 is
CD 15.5.
15.5. You have to get used to giving everything a number. So let's just see where those are. Sorry, how have you shown them?
So they are a dashed blue line, and you can find 2 in the North Mingonish area to the bottom of the plan near viewpoint 11, 1 that we've just been discussing, viewpoint 21 near Oronsay. There's a core path which runs in the Vatten Fearleg area near viewpoint 2, and 1 within Harlosh. and then another one at Repowered. There is another one that I didn't include, which perhaps should be on there, which is a core path at Greshenish, but I appreciate it's not in my submission, so I would stress that.
Now, in this recognition, excuse me, in this recognition, you conclude with a page and a few lines of what you had as conclusions. These are your conclusions. Having heard the evidence yesterday, are you happy to abide by these conclusions?
Yes, I am.
Part of the thrust of Miss Anderson's evidence yesterday was that you had, if I may put it in a layman's way, over-assessed or overestimated impacts at the points that were chosen. What is your response to that?
I carried out the assessments on site. I visited 12 of the viewpoints and also the receptor groups, and drove around the area and walked some of the core paths, especially the core paths within the areas I considered significant. I undertook scale and extent assessments in an objective manner, so the assessments represent my professional judgment taken in line with the methodology of the applicant.
Maybe ask some questions about your methodology. It's implicit criticism of you that your methodology isn't spelt out verbatim. What do you say to that?
Yes, I appreciate that I didn't write the process, and I didn't record the scale and effect levels, which I determined. I do show the significance levels, but I would reassure that my approach followed the applicant's approach, and I did record the scale and effects, which I then transferred into significance levels, and I didn't put them in the report for brevity.
You think you're vulnerable because of that?
I don't think I'm vulnerable, but perhaps it requires a little bit more description.
And you tell us in your opening paragraph of your inquiry report about your own experience. Is this something you've done before?
I've done a number of reviews of wind farm LVIAs. I've done a number of assessments myself for other types of projects, many large-scale landscape projects, and I follow the relevant guidance and guidelines when undertaking all of these.
Including the GLVIA 3?
Yes, including GLVIA 3, including, in this case, SNH, siting and design of wind farms in the landscape, as well as the onshore wind farm landscape guidance from the Highland Council.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I have no more questions in chief just now. So thank you very much.
So can I, before cross-examination, can I just ask one point of clarification? So Mr. Campbell was asking about your methodology, but what I understood from that was that you essentially applied the methodology that Mrs. Anderson applied. So I can essentially take her description of methodology in the technical appendix of the environmental impact assessment and the additional information and apply that to what you said.
Yes, that's correct. So in Appendix 6.1, the methodology, I've tried to follow the same approach so that I can produce something which compares easily. So as I say, I visited the viewpoints and made judgments of scale and extent, but didn't do full determinations because I didn't feel that would necessarily provide anything to compare, but I did then take those forward to the receptors as the applicant did and applied them to the receptors. I also checked the sensitivity of the receptors in the same approach in terms of methodology. Some of those I did alter, but I've been clear where that happened, but I used the same steps and then used the sensitivity against the magnitude in the same approach. So, yeah.
Thank you, sir. I have no questions arising from that, so that's the end of my examination in chief for the moment.
Does that mean when you're ready, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir, we'll do. Can I just tidy away some of the pages around me?
Of course.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you have your recognition in front of you, please? As I understand the way you've structured your recognition, you summarise your overall conclusions with a brief summary of the factors that you've taken into account in your assessment, and then make some comment on Ms. Anderson's report before setting out your own conclusions, which are expanded upon in your inquiry report in section 10. Is that correct?
Yes, the recognition provides a briefer version of the outcomes of the inquiry report.
And then separately you produced a document that you entitled Review of Applicant Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, which is document CD 15.2. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And this was intimated along with your inquiry report, as I understand it.
Intimated, sorry, can you clarify?
Notified to the applicant. It was lodged along with it.
Ah, yes, submitted at the same time.
And so far as your intentions when you produced this, was it to give an explanation as to how you had approached the same factors that were addressed in Ms. Anderson's evidence?
The intention of the LBIA review?
Yes.
So the intention of the LVIA review is to review the applicant LVIA and produce my own conclusions on potential adherence to best practice, and then to provide a professional opinion, and it's undertaken in line with Landscape Institute guidance for undertaking a review.
I'll come back to the question as to what it was undertaken in accordance with later, but just in terms of how we should review your evidence, is CD 15.2 intended as a supporting document for your evidence, or is it intended as a contradictor to the evidence produced by Ms. Anderson?
So it's intended as a review which then supports my inquiry statement.
And at the time that you prepared your review and did your site visits, which I think was as early as January 2025, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You have been instructed to act on behalf of the objective third-party group at that time?
Yes. Yeah.
And was that essentially the commencement of your involvement in relation to this project?
Yes, I started involvement in January 2025.
In relation to your experience, in response to questions from one a friend, you indicated that you have done a number of reviews of LVIAs for wind farms. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you ever carried out your own environmental impact assessment of a wind farm development?
No, I haven't carried out a wind farm assessment, but I have carried out various other large-scale landscape assessments.
In terms of completing the LVIA work for other environmental impact assessment reports or for other assessment purposes?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
When you said that you have carried out other assessments for a number of other developments, large-scale developments, was that an official EIA report or part of an official EIA report or a different nature of assessment?
It's a landscape and visual impact assessment, some of them as part of a wider EIRAR, and some as a standalone.
Essentially, like an appraisal without a statutory purpose, would that be a fair description?
It obviously depends on the scale of the development. I've done a number of large-scale marine aquaculture developments, which are usually part of the larger statutory application. I've done a number of large-scale forestry developments, and particularly in a national park setting, the Cairngorms, that's always part of a wider, large-scale statutory application.
So with the exception of recent wind farm development, your main background is in relation to marine development and forestry.
My background is working in Forestry Commission and then working in private practice, undertaking other large-scale infrastructure developments, so aquaculture, forest roads, hydro scheme landscapes, and also a forestation project.
And how long did you work for the Forestry Commission?
I worked with them for 7 years.
In relation to wind farm development, have you ever carried out assessment work on behalf of a developer with a Section 36 application?
No, I haven't carried out work on behalf of the developers. I'm usually carrying out work on behalf of the community.
Insofar as you've been acting for community participants, do they relate to how many have related to Section 36 development?
I'm not sure that I can answer that without checking through.
But so far as this Section 37 application is concerned, have you previously ever been involved in the assessment of a scheme that comprises 200-metre high turbines?
In terms of undertaking the review of the assessments, I've been involved in a couple of 200-metre high turbines, and given that they're quite fresh, then it's understandable that I haven't done more than that at present.
And where were those developments?
So the development at Hill of Fair I'm currently undertaking. I've done an LVA review for that development, and the development at Moss Mullock in Lanarkshire.
In terms of LVIA work, do you accept that it's not uncommon for landscape architects to have different judgments in relation to issues such as sensitivity?
I think that there will always be room for different judgments. That's in the nature of things, and it's useful to follow the methodology as closely as possible.
Sorry, were there subjective judgments? Have you taken account of the reasons for selection of a 200-metre turbine?
It's not my job to take into account the reasoning for the development, but just to assess the effects of that development on the landscape.
You fairly admitted that, and realistically, that 200-metre high turbines are a fairly new introduction into the industry and EIA assessment process. On that basis, as a landscape architect involved in assessing such schemes, do you acknowledge that it takes time to understand how it will be perceived in the landscape?
I think that I try to approach any development in the same way, which is to assess it objectively in comparison to the existing landscape features, look at scale, look at appropriateness in terms of vertical height, look at visual prominence, and not to get caught up in the type of development that's presented.
In your prefinition, you make reference to my client's view. To what extent have you consulted with your clients prior to carrying out the work?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Which passage are you looking at?
2.2.
Thank you.
So, to what extent?
Paragraph 2.2, if you want to look at that. What you say is my clients disagree with Ms Anderson regarding the overall significance of landscape and visual effects, effects upon designated landscape resources and in respect of cumulative effects, as well as the success of mitigation measures.
So what I mean by that is that I'm representing my clients and presenting those views on behalf of my client.
So my question that lay behind that was, to what extent have you consulted with your clients prior to carrying out the work, or during carrying out the work?
Yes, so I have been commissioned by the community and have consulted with them in order to understand the community experience and to inform the baseline, but I don't take forward the client judgments as my judgments. I carry forward my objective judgments.
We know, having already heard the LVIO evidence on behalf of the applicant and also the planning authority, that there are significant differences in your judgments on a number of the assets within the area. Do you accept that?
I accept that there are differences with the determination of the scales of effect, which lead to differences in determination of significance levels.
And from a comment you made earlier in your evidence as to what you took into account, was that centred around the vertical height difference? Sorry, the vertical height associated with this proposed development?
Are you asking the difference in my determinations to Ms Anderson's determinations?
Yes, and the Highland Council as well.
I think I can't say exactly what specific elements inform their judgment. I think everyone is taking into account the impacts of the vertical height elements as well as the lateral spread and the impacts of the cluttered appearance and the prominence above the skyline, as well as the potential conflict in views in terms of visual presence and distraction from the focus of views. I think there are a number of factors within the judgment.
Insofar as you refer to a cluttered appearance, that's not a phrase that one sees in the Council's evaluation.
I think there is a discussion of the evolution of the simple rhythmic layout and the change in terms of the move from the different array, the linear layout to the array. I think that does form some of the determinations in the Council's.
There is discussion in the context of design that it's different from the original scheme, and that was addressed by Ms Anderson in her evidence. I think you were here for her evidence, and she addressed that in her evidence in chief and also in her written evidence, didn't she?
Yes.
Now, as I understand it from the timetable and from recollection, you would not have had Ms Anderson's written evidence at the time, apart from the additional information with addressing cumulative effect, which was lodged at the end of March. But you wouldn't have had an inquiry report, so you wouldn't have had a precognition, any of that before you wrote your evidence. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And also, in terms of the further explanations that she gave, you'd have heard for the first time in evidence when she was giving her evidence in chief and answering questions in cross-examination. Is that not the case?
Yes, that's the case.
And when all this evidence arrived on your doorstep, so to speak, did you reflect on whether you should be altering any of the opinions that you were expressing or any of the assessments of significance?
No, I'm comfortable with my conclusions and my determinations of significance.
So, to put it simply, you were proceeding on the basis that you were right in your assessment?
I'm proceeding on the basis that I'm comfortable with the judgments that I made, and I'm happy to leave those as they are.
Sorry, as I had you noted in your response to one of the friend's questions, specific to the methodology, you were invited to explain the use that you had made of Ms. Anderson's methodology for the purposes of your own work. And I think from memory you referred to Appendix 3.1. Is that an appendix to the EIA report?
Appendix 6.1, but it may have been called something different in the original EIA report. Certainly methodology was presented early on.
Would that have been Appendix 6.3?
6.1.
6.1. And
I found it in CD 7. CD 1.07.
Yes. I think that is produced in the bundle of technical appendices. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, that's the technical appendix in the EIA headed Appendix 6.1 methodology.
Yes.
You say your microphone's given up?
No, it's back on.
Sorry, sir, I'm just looking for that.
Just take your time, because there's one thing we need to deal with about the extra time we have in the hall. So if you take your time, and I just need to reply to someone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. In terms of Appendix 6.1, do you have that available to you?
I'll just bring it up now. Yes, I have that.
And could you perhaps indicate specifically by reference to the page numbers what it was you took account of?
So this appendix details the approaches to determination of the sensitivity levels, as well as the determination of scale, extent, duration, which form the magnitude assessment. Those two things, the sensitivity levels and the magnitude, combine to form the significance levels. They're detailed within this document in various tables. There's a table on page 3 which helps to illustrate the sensitivity levels. Obviously the determination is detailed within the text to provide the detail. Page 4 shows how the sensitivity levels in terms of susceptibility and value are formed. Page 6 moves on to show how scale and extent and duration are combined and considered to form determinations of magnitude. And then later on, the significance levels on page 7 show how the magnitude and the sensitivity are combined. As you appreciate that the GLVIA guidance is not to overly rely on the tables, and that within the tables there is an element of professional judgment, but I've tried my best to follow as closely as I can the tables and the descriptions in the text to avoid as much deviation as possible from Ms Anderson's judgments.
And was that the only part of Appendix 6.1 that, or this appendix that you looked at, that was attached, that was produced?
Sorry, can you clarify what you're asking?
So far as the extent to which you reviewed what was produced by Stevenson Halliday for the purposes of explaining their approach, was it only Appendix 6.1 that you looked at?
There was also Appendix 6.2, Appendix 6.3, visual aids, sensitivity, viewpoint analysis. I reviewed all of the relevant appendices to make sure that I understood fully how those judgments had been made by Ms Anderson, and then I could also try and form judgments in the same process, using the same process as much as possible.
Now, the question from a learned friend in relation to methodology was whether or not you had applied her approach, and you advised that you had changed certain things, which I didn't manage to note all of. I think I had you noted as saying you changed scale of effect.
So, on the whole, with the judgments, I have maintained the same sensitivity levels as Ms Anderson, and the greatest change is in terms of scale of effect. However, there are a number of receptors where I felt that the judgments of sensitivity also required some alteration.
And how many of the changes that you made in relation to sensitivity relate to the additional significant effects that you report upon?
All of the receptors which had a change of sensitivity also produced an increased significant adverse effect.
And in terms of the magnitude of change, which you also said you altered in some instances, again, the same question, how many of those resulted in an increase in significance of effect?
So all of the receptors which show an increase of significant effect also have a increased magnitude in terms of that relates to scale of effect, the magnitude level.
In terms of your inquiry report, paragraph 3.5 to 3.6, you make certain criticisms of the methodology. Is that correct?
Can I just have a read through and see what you're referring to?
Sorry, can you just give me that reference in the document again?
3.5 to 3.6. 3. Sorry, I'm being advised that there might be another reference. There isn't.
Sorry, just while we're pausing, just confirm that we have this room until 5:30, and we don't have to join the exercise class that was going to be here.
You should have told the lawyers that.
So if I could just have a moment, please.
Well, should we take a short break? Maybe take 10-minute break. If anyone needs a break. So back at if I can calculate 5 to 3.
Thank you, sir. And I found my reference. Could you look at your planning commission, please?
Sorry, we're done with Appendix 6.1. Okay.
Your paragraph 2.2, which we refer to briefly in relation to your reference to my clients, and again in terms of 3.8, in your conclusions, we see reference to you and your clients disagreeing with a number of conclusions. To what extent did you base your selection of visits either to core paths or to other features shown on your plan, figure 2, based upon the view of your clients?
So the visits were undertaken in terms of assessing all of the viewpoints which I scoped as having potential for significant effects. I visited a number of viewpoints within the close locality and viewpoints up to Urig, and I omitted some of the further reaching viewpoints.
Sorry, you omitted what, sorry?
Some of the further reaching viewpoints I haven't been up the Coolin, and I didn't make it up McLeod's tables.
Did you visit Oronsay?
Yes, I did go to Oronsay.
Did you discuss with any external consultee your selection of viewpoints?
Are you referring to my client now?
No, statutory consultees, sorry. The Highland Council or Nature Scott?
No, I didn't discuss the viewpoints with anyone externally. I had read some of the officer's reports prior to the visits, but I undertook a broad scoping myself to determine what was the most effective use of my time on my visits.
In terms of your LVIA review, could you turn to that, please? That's CD 15.2, sir. Do we see a paragraph 3.2? You record that from your review of the assessment methodology, the review highlighted only two areas of concern. On the whole, the assessment was found to be carried out in accordance with best practice, with suitable scope and adherence to sound methodology, which indicates you don't have any issues over the methodology that we used for the assessment. Is that the right conclusion to draw?
I was happy with the approach to methodology as outlined.
And then further down, I think in relation to paragraph 3.3, you mentioned, you mentioned 3.3 some issues regarding the core paths. And I understand that the two issues were that they were not separated out and included in the visual receptor group. Is this the same issue that was being pursued separately with Ms. Anderson as to how to use the viewpoints?
So the core paths was identified as a receptor which was not included explicitly. The use of key viewpoints was drawn out in terms of usual best practice would be to assess viewpoints as separate receptors themselves, but I appreciate it's not a requirement within GLVIA.
So essentially it's a matter of professional judgment.
It is a matter of professional judgment.
We know that two of the core paths that were specifically identified by the Council we have visualisations of, and we have an assessment in terms of the additional information too. Is that correct?
Yes, two of the core paths are now separate receptors, but the remaining core paths are sometimes referred to and sometimes not referred to as within the visual receptors.
Do you accept that sensitivity is a relevant consideration as regards this issue?
In regards to the issue of methodology?
Whether they should have been included and identified separately in the report.
Sorry, can you clarify the question again?
Do you consider that your increased, or would you agree that your increased sensitivity compared to both the applicant and the council depends upon professional judgment as to whether or not you report them individually?
Sorry, whether you report them...
The effects on the core paths. Your criticism, as I understood it, which I think was repeated in Chief today, that there was limited identification of specific core paths as opposed to a discussion in the context of the receptors at particular locations. Is that correct summary of your criticism?
Yes, so I would usually assess core paths separately so that it's clear and that their effects can be shown separately within the report so that the evidence is clear for any reporter or planning committee. And I find it a little bit challenging to draw out the effects specifically for core paths when they're lost within the receptor groups.
Would you accept that that might be related to your own experience?
It's related to my own experience and to my experience reviewing LVIAs, where usually core path receptors are quite a key receptor group.
Sorry, in terms of your evidence in relation to landscape effects, you generally discuss significant effects as relating to a wider area, 7 kilometres to approximately 7 kilometres, and locally to the west to 10 kilometres. And we can see that, I think, on figure 2. Sorry, figure 2 is visual. It's a different figure landscape. Sorry,
There's CD 15.
no, it's your own figures.
CD 15.4, figure 1.
Figure 1. Figure 1, you've drawn circles related to particular landscape character types, this upland sloping moorland, and also the low smooth moorlands. Is that correct? And you show 10 kilometres above the number 10.
Yeah, so broadly speaking, I've shown the black dotted line represents approximately the applicant's assessment, which stretches generally to 5 kilometres, as detailed within the assessment. And my assessment reaches out a little bit further at 7 kilometres and stretches to 10 kilometres in the Colbost area.
There are other receptors that are less than 5 kilometres and also 10 kilometres. So would you say that when you use those distances, they're very general and summarised?
I would say that yes, it's not a detailed plan. It gives an indication of the general trends and the broad differences between the two assessments.
And is that also attributable to the greater sensitivity that you've attached to some receptors?
Yes, so the landscape character area of 359 upland sloping moorland, which is the host landscape area, I have assessed as a greater sensitivity due to higher levels of susceptibility. In terms of the landscape area itself and its characteristics, it has a potential to host the scale of the development, but in terms of the size of the landscape unit, I felt that there were more challenges, and this led to a higher susceptibility rating, which led to a higher sensitivity rating. Also, landscape character area 358, the low smooth moorland, I felt that due to it falling broadly within the SLA area, that the value should be raised from community to regional, and again this increases the sensitivity levels.
And in relation to the difference in opinion between yourself and the council as regards Greshornish, do you recognise that they do not take the view that there is significant effects associated with Greshornish?
In relation to the SLA area?
Yes, landscape related.
Yes, I appreciate. I've noted significant adverse effects to the SLA.
Do you agree that, as discussed in the evidence of Mr. Daly, and to an extent Mr. Fitzpatrick today, that in general terms, the moorland, the surrounding moorland types, because of their nature being expansive and extensive, are capable of accommodating large-scale development? The main dispute with the council is the extent to which the proposed turbines extend towards the coastal fringe. Is that correct?
I would agree with that partially. I think that the main challenge in this situation is the size of the landscape compartments. These are characterised as large-scale landscapes. However, because of the siting of the development to the periphery of the landscape area, the containment and the potential for broad lateral scale is not present within those landscape units, and this is of particular concern when you're looking at tall turbines which require a broad lateral spread within the landscape unit.
Could you look at your inquiry report, please? Paragraph 4.5. So far as your reference to special quality is confirmed, yes. You're referring to distinctive terrain. What do you mean by distinctive terrain?
Sorry, are we 4.4?
Yes.
Okay. The distinctive terrain is the landforms that are found within the McLeod's Tables area of the rocky, uplifting landscape, and the distinctive McLeod's Tables forms that you see in that area.
And where do you find the quotation in relation to Dunvegan Castle, where you say it is cited as having a close relationship with MacLeod's Tables landscape, as well as being an important visitor attraction, but it's more the citation of having a close relationship with MacLeod's Tables. What are you referring to there?
It's cited within the description of the SLA as having the close association as part of the landscape area.
So it's within the SLA description?
Within the SLA description, yes.
Do you accept that if your belief is that the proposed turbines will be in front of the MacLeod's Table, that would be incorrect?
Sorry, do I believe that can you repeat that question?
If your assessment is based upon the belief that the turbines would be in front of or immediately adjacent to the MacLeod's Tables, that would be incorrect.
They appear adjacent to, from out with the SLA boundary on the approach to the SLA, and I considered that a critical and an important factor in terms of appreciation once you reach the SLA, in terms of perceptions and associations of the turbines with MacLeod's Tables, particularly from viewpoint 6 and 7.
Viewpoint 6 and 7, did you say?
Yes.
Which visualization in viewpoint 6?
6G.
So is it the turbine that we're seeing to the right that you're referring to as being close to?
Yes, so you can see that the proposals spread across the skyline, with the furthest turbine, I presume the northernmost turbine, on the top line, appearing next to MacLeod's Tables. I felt this was particularly important. This view represents the experience when you come around the corner towards after Flashheader and have the first clear views of MacLeod's Tables, and it's on the approach to the SLA.
And I think your evidence was that you'd assess this as being a significant effect on the A850, on users of the A850.
Yes, that's correct as well.
And viewpoint 7?
Viewpoint 7, which is Greshamish. I think 7H is the photo montage.
And I think we can just see the top of MacLeod's Table through the gap in the forestry.
Yes, I think this one in particular relates to not only the Northwest Sky SLA in terms of perceptions when on approach or in the area surrounding, but to the Greshamish SLA. This is a view down the Loch Road, the Lochside Road, which you experience for a long duration when you're leaving the SLA area for Greshamish.
And is it this view that had an influence on your conclusion in relation to significance of effect on that settlement?
I did not determine Greshenish receptor as having a significant effect, but the SLA, yes.
The SLA.
It was not in particular this view. Those judgments were formed from experiencing the SLA area in the internal landscape, as well as this view.
That's Hellevalweg, is it? Rather than, it's the small tall one, Hellevalweg.
I'm afraid I don't know the hills that well for the names.
In section 7 you addressed, this is section 7 of your inquiry report, you addressed cumulative landscape effects. Essentially, you identify significant effects within 4 LCTs for your SOLAS assessment. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And these are the same LCTs that you carry forward into your cumulative assessment, ultimately?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you accept that there is limited information provided concerning your assessment on both in section 7 in relation to your conclusion in 7.1 and your conclusion in 7.2?
It just provides the summary. There was a little bit more detail in the LVIA review.
But even in terms of the LVIA review, there's a limited amount compared to the detailed explanations that one finds in Miss Anderson's evidence, isn't there?
Yes, it doesn't have the same extent of detail.
And in relation to your comments on potential nighttime lighting, again, there's very limited justification for your conclusion.
I think I felt that I didn't need to expand too much on those effects. They were found within a limited range of areas, but they were clear where I found them. So I gave a summary instead of going into too much detail.
When you wrote section 9 of your inquiry report as regards mitigation, at that stage, had you appreciated the nature of the mitigation that was put forward as part of this proposal?
The nature of the mitigation in terms of embedded design?
Correct.
Yes. Yes, this was set out within the initial LVIA in terms of mitigation proposals.
And do you accept that that is the most effective form of mitigation for this type of proposal?
If a suitable design solution is found, then it is very effective in terms of mitigation. I appreciate there have been challenges with the site to enable embedded design to be effective as fully as it might be.
When you say challenges, are you talking about technical challenges or land use planning challenges?
I'm talking broadly about the size of the units as discussed previously in terms of the landscape compartments and the challenge of siting tall turbines within a small landscape compartment area.
Just one general question in relation to some of the questions put to you by my learned friend and evidence in chief. You weren't particularly clear in your answers as to the identity of the receptors as you refer to them. Are you talking about residents within the area?
So the receptor groups, the visual receptor groups, are a combination of residential settings, which will be residents, there will be people passing through, there will be people working within the landscape, and the road routes, which will be primarily transport routes and tourists and locals alike.
Thank you, Ms. Platt. Thank you, sir.
I don't have questions, so re-examination?
I think two things. You were asked by my friend about a little bit about your experience, and you mentioned two sites. Were you involved in a site near Harriet in Midlothian?
Yes, I was.
What's the name of it?
I was involved in Greystone Now
Greystone Now. And any other?
and Woolmuir.
Yeah, they were neighbouring sites, or not? They are neighbouring sites, is that
Yes,
right?
that's right.
Was that in 2024, 25?
2024.
Thank you. It may be my fault for not getting a complete note, but you were asked some questions about Appendix 6.1 and methodology. I wasn't clear whether you had read that appendix before you wrote your review, which is dated May 2025, or whether you hadn't read it before you wrote your review.
So the review is based on a review of the entirety of the landscape and visual impact assessment, which includes the methodology. So I read that whilst preparing the review, and that informs the review.
And that, of course, predated Miss Anderson's inquiry report, so you couldn't have read that.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Those are the only questions I have in the examination. So So thank you. Those are the questions I have.
Thank you very much, everyone. Well, that concludes that concludes the landscape and visual session. We would move on now to the cultural heritage inquiry session, but perhaps we take a brief break before we do that, so the witness can move in. Thank you, Mrs. Platt.
So I'd like to excuse Ms. Platt, if you don't mind. Would you happy with that?
I'm sorry, I was saying, I didn't say thank you, Mrs. Platt.
You did say thank you.
Yes.
I'm grateful for that, but are you happy that I excuse you?
I'm happy that you excuse me, yes.
So, I wonder if I might just have 5 minutes to rearrange all my papers from cultural heritage.
Yes, of course. I was thinking we would take a break. I didn't say how long. Shall we take? We'll go 15 minutes, shall we? Is that sufficient?
That'll be satisfactory. And in the time available, would you be willing to restrict the evidence from my next witness to evidence in chief, given that we'd be adjourning into the evening?
I'm sorry, can you explain that?
So are we moving on now to cultural heritage?
Yes.
So what I'm asking is, can we just deal with the evidence in chief for my witness first, and adjourn after her evidence in chief?
I'm a bit concerned about the timetable in terms of getting everything done. If we were to, we do have this room a bit longer today. We've arranged that. We can't have the room any longer tomorrow or the day after. We do have 4 more sessions to get through. So I don't know how other parties feel about that.
Well, I don't see why we shouldn't deal with Ms. Clancy this afternoon. I'd have thought we will have just under 2 hours, and I'd have thought my cross-examination is going to be less or at or about an hour. I can quite understand if my lab friend doesn't wish to start cross-examining Mr. Brockie this evening, because she's had 2 lengthy cross-examinations already, and I would. I think if we got started now, we'd finish her witness this evening, so that she would be able to take instructions from Ms. Clancy to cross-examine Mr. Brockie tomorrow. I would be loath to lose 2 hours or thereabouts this evening.
Mr. Campbell, Mr. Salt, do you have anything on Mr. Campbell? Well, Mr. Campbell's not involved in the session, so...
I'm not involved in the session, so I think I'm going to stay nonetheless.
Yeah, I think I would prefer not to adjourn just after examination in chief. I think if we can press on with the witness, at least to try and complete this witness, and perhaps examine in chief the Mr. Finley's witness. If we can get all of that done, that would get us a bit of progress.
I can understand that, sir, if I can just have time to discuss one point with my witness before she starts giving evidence.
Yes, of course. We'll adjourn for 15 minutes, if that's sufficient.
Yes, thanks.
So, back at 1:45.
Good afternoon, Miss Clancy. Thank you. Do you have your briefing, recognition and your joint report with you? I'm not going to get you to read your recognition, but I have a few supplementary questions. If you could, at the beginning, just introduce yourself by reading 1.1 and 1.2.
Is your microphone not working?
This one. So,
My name is Lynn Glancy. I'm a heritage consultant at CFA Archaeology Limited. My qualifications and experience are set out in my inquiry report. CFA Archaeology have been involved with the repowering and extension of Aketil from July 2022 when we were engaged by RSK on behalf of Renatus, now Madara, to provide input on cultural heritage matters. Since that date, my former colleague George Moody and myself provided advice on the proposal. I wrote the cultural heritage chapter of the EIAR report submitted in May 2023 and carried out the setting visits to inform the assessment.
Sorry, and as you identify in 1.3 of your recognition, you are addressing the main issue raised by Mr. Brockie's evidence and the Council's objection in respect to the impact of the setting of Dunvegan Castle on the designed landscape. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you set out in your inquiry in your inquiry report, as summarised in section 3 of your recognition, that you've considered the setting and you've considered what you have addressed as the relevant guidance. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In 3.15 of your recognition, you make specific reference to historic environments advice on managing change and this advice within that on the setting, defining the setting. Again, is that correct?
Yes, I wrote a setting appraisal based on managing change in the historic environment, setting guidance by Historic Environment Scotland.
Could you look at that guidance, please, which is document CD 8.7.
Yes, I've got it.
And this is something that you address in section 4 of your recognition, in particular paragraph 4.2, your inquiry report, and in particular paragraph was 4.2 through to 4.221. 228. If you turn to page 8 of the guidance, which is section 3 of the guidance, assessing the impact of change. And in summary, in your evidence, you look at those 3 different stages. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
So from your understanding of this guidance and your approach and your evidence, what is the main reason that you disagree with the approach taken by Mr. Brockie? Specifically under reference to this guidance.
Well, at this point in the guidance, or within the whole guide?
Within this section.
Within this section. I think that Mr. Brockie hasn't set out how his reasoning for this being an impact on the setting. It hasn't. Doesn't explain to what degree the setting and the key aspects of it that contribute to the understanding, appreciation and experience of the asset are affected by this change.
in your evidence do you define and analyse the setting? I'm referring specifically to your inquiry report.
Yes, in the inquiry report I first identify the historic assets, the castle and the GDL, and I then go on to define and analyse the setting, how we understand it in the present day, its historic setting, and although not taking tourism into account, but the way it's appreciated for aesthetic and scenic qualities.
And if you turn to page 8 of your report, you set that out within section 4.25, paragraphs 4.25 through to 4.216.
Yes, that's correct.
And you make reference to views towards the castle. And could you have in front of you, please, viewpoint 10?
I have it.
And if we look first of all at 10A, which is the baseline,
ten B be better, or 10E is this one?
So is it the Highland ones or the...
sorry?
Is it the ones that are done for the Highland Council or the SNH? Is it?
I think it's the Nature Scott. If you just wait a minute, Miss Anderson will just check that you've got the right one.
That's it.
Same viewpoint as the versions you want from the Highland Council, the A3 version from the Highland Council, the Nature Scott.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we can see the castle from behind the rocky inlet. And you see the existing Ben Aketil above that.
Yes.
And then if you could turn please to 10E. In that photograph, do you see the GDL?
I think the detail's relatively difficult to distinguish in this photograph, but it is the coastal deciduous woodland to either side of the castle. It's not, there's a narrow strip of land at the bottom of the hill on the opposite side of the loch.
A narrow strip of land at the bottom of the hill. Did you say, sorry?
Yeah. Sorry.
And what's your understanding as to how far back behind the castle the GDL goes into the wooded hillside, if at all?
The GDL at its wide is 309 metres, so it only goes up to the main road, the road that travels along behind it, the A850. So it doesn't go up the hill. The woodland up the hill is not part of the GDL.
To put it simply, it's on the edge of the road, next to the castle rather than across the road, is what you're describing.
Yes, the GDL extends from the road to the coast.
It may help to say that that's obviously agreed.
And we can see that you describe in this part of your report the views that you consider are of relevance to the setting of the GDL. Is that correct?
Yes, from paragraph 4.25 to 469 layout. What the views I consider to be of relevance to the setting of the GDL and castle.
And then you go on to describe in stage 3, evaluate the potential impact and a reference to the ZTV that you consider to be relevant to that assessment. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that's right.
Could you read out your conclusion in terms of the setting assessment?
In summary, there will be no visibility of the proposed turbines from Dunvegan Castle and GDL. Furthermore, there will be no visibility of the proposed turbines and important views of Dunvegan Castle and GDL from the seaward approach to the castle, which are those from the channel between the islet of Gar-Ellen and Ignis Point and the inlet to the east of these. There will be no visibility of the proposed turbines in combination with Dunvegan Castle and GDL from the east coast of Dunvegan Loch. The landward approaches to Dunvegan Castle and GDL are the key scenic viewpoints on this coast. Okay. There is potential for visibility of the castle and GDL in combination with the proposed turbines and distance views on the seaward approach further to the north in Loch Dunvegan and from the west coast of Loch Dunvegan. However, as no culturally significant views,
there is quite a lot. We have all read it, so does it need to all to be read? Because we have read this.
I wasn't going to go down past the policy sections. So I think you were just about to finish that sentence. At the top of page 12.
So no key culturally significant views will be affected. The cultural significance of the castle and GDL and the integrity of their setting will not be diminished.
Thank you. And to what extent was that conclusion relevant to the fact that the assessment was carried out prior to the objection from the Highland Council? So far as your consultancy was involved in the preparation of the EIA report, wasn't it?
Yes, we didn't. This assessment was carried out after the Highland Council put in their objection because we didn't provide a full assessment in the EIA. The reason for that was that at scoping, Dunvegan was not brought up by either the Highland Council or Historic Environment Scotland, and then following our assessments and following conversations and meetings with HES, Historic Environment Scotland didn't raise Dunvegan Castle or ask for it to be taken through to detailed setting assessment. At that time, Historic Environment Scotland asked for 10 assets, 10 scheduled monuments to be included for detailed assessment, and these were all set out in full in the EIA. For proportionality, we didn't include full detailed assessments of all the designated assets in the wider area, only ones that we thought ourselves would be a significant impact or that were requested by consultees.
Thank you. That concludes the evidence in chief.
Ms. Finlay.
Thank you. So, when did you first visit Viewpoint 10? I don't need a precise date, month or year.
I visited when I did my setting assessment for the EIAs. Would that be 2022, maybe June?
June 2022. So
that
year, you did it last year?
2022.
2024 is last year.
Was the EIA not up to?
Did you do it at the same time as the EIA?
Yes.
So that in your report at 1.3.1, you say you worked alongside Mr. Moody and you wrote the assessment and led the team that carried out the setting visits and archaeological walkover. Did you do a visit to Viewpoint 10 as part of your setting visit?
I didn't do it as part of my visit, but I travelled along that road. So I was aware of, I'd been to the...
Did you stop and use the... did you have, at the time you did your visit, did you have any of the visual aids that you now have for Viewpoint 10 available to you?
Not in 2022, but I've been since.
Okay.
Sorry, that was no, was it? Or I didn't quite catch the answer.
I didn't have the visual aids in 2022.
And were you, when you were travelling along the B884, I think it is, what was the purpose of doing that?
I was visiting other designated assets along that road.
So it wasn't with the impact on Dunvegan Castle in mind?
No, because I didn't consider that to be a view of importance to the cultural significance of that castle.
Right. So when did you first travel along the B884 paying any attention to the impact on Dunvegan Castle?
Well, I have been and did see it at that time, so I was aware of it. I've been back this week.
So this week? Okay. So just to be absolutely clear, your previous visits along the B884 would look at other assets, not Dunvegan Castle. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
And you didn't form any view at that time, one way or other, as I understand it, as to the impact on setting of either the castle or the GDL when you travelled along the B884 at the time of your first visit?
When I was considering assets to visit in Skye in the first place, I considered which assets would be worth visiting and where to visit. I went and looked at the key viewpoints to Dunvegan Castle that I considered the key viewpoints to the setting of the castle in 2022, and at that point and today I did not consider the viewpoint from Gobos to be key to the cultural significance of the castle.
Okay, I think that's an answer to my question. Moving on in your report, you set out in 3.4 the definition of setting, and there's no dispute as to that, but if I just ask you about that, setting is the way the surroundings of a historic asset or place contribute to how it's understood, appreciated and experienced. That includes both how it was experienced historically, but also how it's experienced now.
Yes.
Thank you. You set out in 3.4.3 that when considering setting impacts, visual change should not be equated directly with adverse impact. When you're looking at change to a historical asset, whatever it may be, if it's not direct physical change, in this case chipping away at the castle or sawing down the tree, the impact from outside the boundary is going to be a visual impact, isn't it? Couldn't be anything else. It's a visual or perceptual impact.
It is a visual impact, but it has to have an impact on something that's relevant to the cultural significance of the asset and how the setting of it contributes to how it's understood, appreciated and experienced.
Absolutely. No dispute between us there. Just grateful for that. I was under the impression, no doubt false, that the opposite might be being contended. And that's why it says visual change shouldn't be equated directly with adverse impact. You have to consider the cultural significance of it.
Yes.
Good. Excellent. You refer in 4.1.2 to a meeting with Hess. Was that on the island or was that at their offices or a virtual meeting?
It was a Teams meeting.
Teams meeting. Do you know if Hess ever visited Dunvegan with this application in mind?
I didn't know.
Because when you look at their consultation response, they appear to only consider those parts of MPF4 that deal with Schedule of Ancient Monuments.
Well, as we know, there's not. Dunvegan Castle would be the only GDL within.
Yeah. I don't think they deal with anything that deals with a listed building either. But we can go to the response if you want. But they deal with the Schedule of Ancient Monuments. But there's no indication one way or other expressly whether they've considered Dunvegan Castle or its GDL.
His were aware is on our scoping figures and onwards that the GDL was within the area, and I would very much doubt that his wouldn't consider assets within their remit, so category A listed buildings and GDLs would be considered by his.
And no doubt you tell Hes what, and we see it in your report, which no doubt, which Hes responded on. Hes responded to your EIA, which said accurately that there's no direct interrelationship visual interrelationship between the turbines and the castle or the GDL. That's all that you told Hes. You didn't draw anyone's attention to the possible, and I use the word possible at the moment to try and use a neutral phrase, impact from the B884.
His doesn't usually wait for us to show them a point to raise an objection. His are more than capable of looking at themselves, and we discussed it, and we had it was a fly-through imagery, and they took us to points that they wanted to look at to see, so we had like Google Earth with turbines on it, and they, in our meeting, directed us to points that they wanted to look at.
And were those points they wanted to look at restricted to ancient monuments?
They were, but there's only Dunvegan Castle GDL, and I believe Dunvegan Castle category A listed building. There may be others, but there's very few other assets within Hes's remit within the study area.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Was there any discussion, express discussion about Dunvegan Castle or its GDL at that meeting with Hes on the 30th of November of 2022?
Not that I can remember.
Do you have notes of that meeting? No, if you don't.
I can't remember, to be honest. There might be minutes.
I think we'll then go by your memory that you don't recall any discussion of, expressed discussion of Dunvegan Castle or its GDL at that meeting. You then, in 4.2, identify the historic assets. We've agreed about the potential historic assets that are relevant. And at 4.2.4, you take some of the list entry at CD 8.5, and it'd be useful to have CD 8.5 open if you don't have it open already. That's the list entry for Dunvegan Castle GDL.
I got it.
And you have taken the relevant, if not all of the particular factors they consider on the first page of that of the GDL listing, and set them out in your 4.2.4. And under scenic level of interest outstanding, they say the setting of the castle on the shores of Loch Dunvegan and the policy woodlands makes an outstanding contribution to the scenery.
That's correct.
So what scenery do you think they have in mind there? It's obviously not the castle and the GDL, or the policy woodlands, which is the GDL. It's a contribution to the scenery of what?
I presume the scenery of that area of Loch Dunvegan.
Absolutely. And we're better to appreciate that scenery from the B884.
I would disagree, but I think it is to say that you can understand or appreciate the outstanding scenic value of that GDL from the opposite side of the loch.
It makes an outstanding
Well, I wonder if the
contribution.
witness could be allowed to finish her answer before she's interrupted.
I thought she had, but anyway, my apologies. The setting of the castle on the shores of Loch Dunvegan and its policy woodlands. The policy woodlands are the GDL, aren't they? Perhaps not all. The policy woodlands may extend beyond the GDL, but they certainly include the GDL. Would you agree?
I cannot be sure what his is meaning there.
Make an outstanding contribution to the scenery. We've agreed the scenery is the wider area. I'm asking you about, the question I put to you was that the scenery of which the castle and the setting of the castle on the shores of Loch Dunvegan and the policy woodlands, the scenery that the castle and that policy woodlands contributes to can be readily and well appreciated from the B884.
I would still disagree that it's readily appreciated from that, or that it makes an outstanding contribution from that distance. Also, worry that we're going into landscape and visual rather than cultural heritage from my perspective.
With respect, no, we're looking at the basis on which the GDL was designated. That is not going into landscape and visual, that is dealing with the basis of its designation, one of whose aspects was scenic level of interest. Do you accept that?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. You then, in your report, turn to define and analyse the setting. And
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get what exactly was accepted there. Was it you were accepting that's what Hez says, or were you accepting the point that the scenery contributes?
I understood it to be the point that the scenic there is a contribution to the scenery is a relevant part of its designation. I understood you to agree that.
I do agree, but
Okay. And we go over the page in CD 8.5, we get to location and setting. You've extracted the reasons for designation almost verbatim, but you haven't extracted the guidance on location and setting. You've done your own analysis, haven't you?
Sorry, could the question be repeated?
Yes. You haven't extracted the location, the GDL exposition on location and setting. You've done your own analysis on setting, which you set out in 4.2.5 to 4.2.16.
that's correct.
If we look at what HES have said about it, it says that Dunvegan Castle is set on the northwest coast of Skye. That is a clue as to setting, is it not? It's not just location, they use the word set. It's not a pinpoint location, it's sheltered in the southern inlet of Loch Dunvegan. So they've taken a rather broader view of setting than you, haven't they?
I'm not quite sure what you're getting at. I don't disagree with Hezzy's statement that it's set on the northwest coast of Skye.
And then they refer about 6 lines down to Knockmore, if I pronounce it correctly, rises steeply to the east of the castle, and the lower slopes are planted with coniferous woodland. Now, you've made some reference to Knockmore in the last line of your 4.2.6, but Knockmore is a hill that rises up behind the castle and the GDL and indeed the woodlands on its lower slopes. Do you consider that Knockmore contributes to the, or forms part of the setting of the castle and the GDL? And if not, why is it mentioned in Hess's description of setting?
I agree that Dunvegan Castle's located on the shores of Loch Dunvegan and Knockmore rises behind it.
It provides the setting to it, part of the setting to it, does it not?
Yes.
Where in your assessment of impact on setting have you taken into account views which include Knockmore?
I don't think that it contributes to the setting in the way that you're trying to imply.
It's not the question I asked you. Where have you taken? You agree it forms part of the setting of the castle and the GDL. Where have you taken into account views of it included in that setting? Because you haven't.
Yeah, I have mentioned it and said that the ground rises steeply to nothing.
Yes, that's in assessment of...
Within my defining analysis, the setting, present day setting, I say that the ground continues to slope steeply eastwards to the coniferous slopes of Knockmore, and that is within my definition of the setting.
Absolutely, and I'd alluded to that, in fairness to you, when I started off on this aspect of cross-examination, that you refer to the ground continues to slope steadily eastward to the coniferous slopes of Knockmore and the surrounding uplands. The question I asked you is where you assess the impact on setting, on any setting which includes Knockmore. This is your description of the setting. I asked you about where you assess the impact on any setting including Knockmore.
I haven't included that in the way that you're asking.
Thank you. Setting, the HES go on in CD 8.5 page 2 to say the setting provides dramatic views of Dunvegan Loch and its coastlines and the small islands in the loch. Not quite clear what they mean by setting there. Do you have a view on that? Or is it more just general description?
I think it's a description of the view from the castle in GDL.
Well,
There's a loch and coastline.
My apologies. It's clearly not a view from the castle. It might be, my apologies. Dramatic views of Dunvegan Loch and its coastline and small islands of the loch. Yes, it could be views from the castle of the GDL. I can see that. And then it says the woodlands are an important scenic feature in the surrounding moorland and mountain landscape. Do you accept that?
Yes, Dunvegan Castle is, and the deciduous woodland there creates a different scenic value to the area.
No. Listen to what I asked you. The woodlands are an important scenic feature in the surrounding moorland and mountain landscape. Do you accept that?
Yes.
And do you accept that that's an important factor in identifying the setting of those woodlands?
Setting of the woodlands.
Yes. Otherwise, it wouldn't be included in the definition of, or the explanation of setting of the GDL.
I think that HES has this as location and setting, so it's not necessarily just their definition of setting, but actually laying out the location of the GDL. This isn't a verbatim their analysis of the setting. This is the HES setting out both the location and setting. It's not a setting assessment as such.
Well, isn't it? Why are they using words such as important scenic feature if it's not an assessment rather than a location comment? The words important scenic feature are not words of location, they're words of assessment and judgment, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're not ones that you've used anywhere in your analysis of the setting, have you?
They're not words I've used.
Or even the concept.
Sorry. No idea.
Is that not a significant omission?
I don't consider that as a significant omission. I think I've laid out how the GDL is understood and experienced within the area. That I haven't used the exact same words as HES as my assessment.
do you not consider that the fact that the woodlands and indeed the castle are an important feature in the surrounding moorland and mountain landscape is a very important part of its setting, as apparent from viewpoint 10, for example?
I'm approaching this from a cultural heritage viewpoint, so I consider how these different aspects of the castle and the GDL contribute to how we understand the cultural significance of that asset. And as far as I've taken a certain account of the scenic values, that's not where I was taking the assessment from.
I haven't asked you about scenic value. I'm suggesting that Hess have identified it's an important part of its cultural importance, that it is a scenic feature in surrounding moorland and mountain landscape. You disagree?
No, I agreed that it was the woodland made a outstanding contribution to the scenic area.
Just, if one's looking at the setting of the GDL, can we agree that you're looking at something outside the GDL? If you're trying to find the setting of something, that is obviously distinct from the thing itself, is it not?
Not necessarily, because I imagine the GDL and the castle, so that's what we're discussing. The castle, the GDL forms the setting of the castle to a certain extent. So it's not just views into a GDL or A-listed building, if that's the question, sorry.
I was asking about the GDL, not about the castle. Let me make it clear. I understand, but absolutely, the GDL forms part of the setting, the immediate setting of the castle. Can't be any dispute about that. But I was asking about the setting of the GDL. And just as a matter of logic, the setting of the GDL cannot itself include the GDL. Would you agree with that? If it has a setting, it may not have a setting, but if it has a setting, it's going to be something additional to the GDL.
Well, I'm not sure that I think all the component parts of the GDL will contribute to the setting of it, but also this is a GDL set on the loch side with the hill rising up to it.
Absolutely, but the loch forms part of the setting and the hillsides and the mountain scenery form part of the setting. You've referred to the loch, but not the surrounding moorland and mountain landscape. You've emphasised the loch setting, but not the surrounding moorland and mountain landscape. I'm suggesting to you that's a deficiency in your assessment. If you will take your disagreeing with me on that, can we move on to your 4.2.11? You say that there, which is a view that you repeat in a number of other locations, that there are distant views to the castle from viewpoint 10. The castle is neither prominent nor dominant. That is an assessment of the impact of the feature. Could you go to CD 217, please? Which is Nature Scott's response. We've looked at it already for other reasons at this inquiry. But I'm taking to... Well, have you got that?
I don't have that. Nature Scott's.
You don't have a pen drive with the... If necessary, it's only a matter of lines. Let me see if I can read out what they say. Says, yeah, it'd probably be easier for you to look at it. So tell me when you've got to it.
I've got it.
You have that? I'm grateful. If you go to page 12 of 19, what Nature Scott say, you'll see in the second bullet point, roughly about the middle of the page. What Nature Scott say about the impact on the site, albeit I fully accept from a visual impact point of view that it would introduce large turbines seen directly above Dunvegan Castle. But they say Dunvegan Castle forms a focus in the highly scenic views across the island-studded bay. Now, do you, as a matter of just whether, in the same way that you were looking at discussing views in 4.2.11, do you not accept that that is a perfectly accurate description, that in viewpoint 10, Dunvegan Castle does form a focus in the highly scenic view?
I think this is very much a landscape and visual take on it, and it's not what I'm here to discuss as the setting from a cultural heritage viewpoint. I don't deny that you can see it.
It's not what I said. You said there are distant views to the castle. I'm asking you to contrast that with what Nature Scott in effect has said, that it forms a focus in a highly scenic view. Where you say the castle is neither prominent nor dominant in the views. That's a general comment. And sorry, I'm not going to accept that that comment is solely related to cultural heritage. You're describing what you see. I'm suggesting you have significantly underplayed the role in the castle, of the castle and the GDL in the view from viewpoint 10.
I think that's a matter of perspective and best seen on the ground. It is my position, and I would stick to it, that it's not a prominent or dominant feature of the landscape.
And do you accept, do you consider the castle forms a focus or not?
It forms a focus in that visualisation, but I'm not clear what the relevance of that visualisation is to the setting or the cultural significance of the castle and GDL.
So do you accept that from viewpoint 10 the castle forms a focus, or constitutes a focus, an important focus in the view?
I would say that it's not, and this is not a viewpoint that is typically, from a cultural heritage perspective, there's, sorry,
you and Mr. Brocky take a different view on the cultural heritage perspective. I'm just simply asking you to, the same way that you expressed an opinion about whether it was distant or prominent or dominant, to ask you to express a view, to say whether you agree or otherwise it forms a focus in the view from viewpoint 10. Not the only focus, but a focus.
It is visible in the view from viewpoint 10, and I don't believe it is prominent or dominant in that viewpoint.
Well, I've given you the opportunity to answer the question about focus. You haven't taken it. I'll comment on that in due course. I think in your recognition you identify 3 locations where you say that the castle and the GDL can be best viewed from. That's 3.12.
This was in response to Mr. Brokey's holistic view of the castle.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's my understanding of where you say you get the best and most comprehensive vista of the castle and the GDL.
Yes.
One is from the seaward approach to the channel. The first one.
Yeah, from the channel.
Have you been there?
No.
Mr. Brockie has, and he tells me what you can see from the location which you've given there is you see the castle and the GDL, but you don't see anything of the setting.
I don't understand how that can be true, because surely from that point you can see the castle, the GDL, the hill behind it, and the loch in front of it.
Well, I'm not sure you can see the hill behind it. I take your point, and I stand corrected, that you'll see part of the setting, you'll see the foreground of the setting, but you don't see the background of the setting.
I think that there was a holistic view of the castle and GDL that we were talking about, not the entire setting.
Well, it's the setting that we're interested in. It's the impact on the setting that forms the basis of Highland Council's objection. Do you understand that?
I do.
So the fact that these locations and the other 2 locations provide very good points from which to observe the castle and the GDL, it doesn't mean that they provide a good location to observe the setting of the castle and the GDL to its full extent. Do you accept that?
I think that these viewpoints are of more importance to the setting of the castle and the GDL, and they're where you understand and appreciate. For example, Hezzy's, I'll just get...
Are you referring to the importance of the castle being seen from the sea, for instance?
Yes.
Yeah. That is indeed part of the setting, but it's not the whole of the setting, is it?
No.
And in terms of seeing the castle from the sea, unless you perhaps takes one of the seal watching boats that I think the castle provides, the modern day visitor is very unlikely to approach Dunvegan from the sea anymore.
Yes, but I'd say that the modern visitor is very unlikely to travel to Colboss to look at Dunvegan Castle.
Well, really? I'm surprised you say that. Have you any idea of how the extent to which visitors visit the Colboss B884 road?
Tourism isn't my speciality.
Okay. But you do say in 312 that the lay-by you identify as a popular tourist viewpoint. It's not signposted, is it?
No.
Doesn't appear on any tourist maps as far as you're aware?
No.
It's down a single track, very rutted road, isn't it? Because as soon as you get past the car park of the castle, there's a 2-carriageway road. I mean, there's a single carriageway road, but enough room for 2 cars to pass. But as soon as you get past that, you get onto a single track road, which is not in a good state of repair. Do you accept that?
I'm happy to take your word.
You haven't been there?
I have been there and can't remember the state of the road.
I'm surprised. But you do consider that you can say that's a popular tourist viewpoint, but you're not in a position to form a view as to the importance or otherwise of the B884.
Well, I'm not getting into tourism, but I would suggest that viewpoint 10, if we're going down that path, is not a point that a tourist would stop to have a look at the castle.
No, it's a representative viewpoint. But if you travel down the B884 there are large distances over which you can get a good view of the castle. Do you not accept that?
I wouldn't accept large distances, but you can get a view of the castle from.
I'd suggest to you that in terms of the context of that section, the B884 large is entirely appropriate, but we can leave that to the reporter to determine. You go up and down along the B884, so there'll be sections of the road where you are when you're driving. You won't see much of the castle driving west or northwest, but you'll when you're driving south or southeast going back towards Dunvegan from the point, there are significant stretches where you get a good view of the castle. Do you not accept that?
Well, I don't think there's any evidence from the council in relation to the visibility.
So I think this witness has put in her own ZTVs which show exactly, it's a matter for you to assess in your site visit, but the viewpoint 10 is a representative viewpoint. And Mr. Brocky has referred to it as a representative viewpoint from the B884. I'm asking this witness what she is aware of. And she can say she's not aware of it, but what's your... are you aware that there are significant stretches of the B884 where you do get a view of the castle?
The ZTV doesn't show the visibility of the castle, so it's the ZTV is the visibility of the turbines. So I can only say from areas I've stopped, because driving along it you can see the castle. Where I've stopped and there's small areas where you can see the castle.
Okay, well, we can leave that to the reporter, but you have to take that road fairly slowly in any event. There's no doubt about that. Let me just check my notes. Thank you very much. There is a point which I missed earlier when we were discussing Nature Scott's view on focus. If you come back to your 5.1.6 of your report. Inquiry report, yeah. You see in the 3 lines from the bottom of the page, beginning at the end of the line, Dunvegan Castle is a relatively small feature in this distant view and only distinguishable in certain weather conditions. That's quite inconsistent with Nature Scott's view, isn't it? That it forms a focus.
That's my view.
So your view is different from Nature Scott's, we can record then, as to the extent of which it forms a focus.
I don't think Nature Scott's saying that it forms the dominant feature. Sorry.
You've been listening to too many politicians, and that's not the question I asked you. The question I asked you was, does it form a focus, not does it form a dominant feature?
I haven't discussed whether it forms a focus or not. I've just said that, in my opinion, it doesn't dominate the natural landscape.
Anyway, coming back to the point, you've accepted, I think, that the modern day visitor is unlikely to arrive at Dunvegan by sea. where else would the modern day visitor obtain a view of the castle over the loch that would otherwise have been obtained if they had arrived by sea, other than from the other side of the loch?
Without going on the sea, I would imagine going down to the pier, you can get a good impression of arriving at the castle by sea, and you can see the sea gate.
That's a very immediate impression. It doesn't show you the setting from the pit.
But that is part of the setting.
It's a limited part of the setting, I'd suggest to you.
Make a point that
Are there any recognised viewpoints of Dunvegan and the GDL? I mean, you've identified 3 viewpoints, but are there any recognised or otherwise identified viewpoints from which you appreciate Dunvegan or the GDL? Because one of your criticisms of Mr. Brock is that, well, viewpoint 10 is not a recognised viewpoint. Are there any recognised viewpoints?
There's no recognised view. My criticism isn't that it's a recognised viewpoint, it's that I don't understand how it contributes to the cultural significance of the castle and the GDL, which is what I was assessing.
That's very fair. The fact that it's recognised or not is not part of your criticism. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you. So those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
So I'm thinking about a rather half-formed question. I wonder if I should ask it. I'm just looking at the definition of setting, and setting is the way the surroundings of a historic asset or place should contribute to how it's understood, appreciated and experienced. How important is it that you might want to step back and view the entire setting of a castle, or, well, a feature like a castle in the landscape, which might have policies surrounding it?
I think it depends on each asset individually, and I think with Dunvegan Castle it is largely understood and appreciated and experienced from the east coast of Loch Dunvegan. It's not a castle was built or intended to be viewed from the west coast of Loch Dunvegan. It was built for its initially in the 13th century. It was set there because of the natural defensive and strategic location, and it's then developed to what it is now, largely a 19th century Victorian castle, which is appreciated largely within the localised setting. There is obviously some use in seeing an asset from a distance, but I don't think it contributes to how this Dunvegan Castle and GDL are understood, appreciated or experienced.
I think you anticipated all my subsequent questions as well, so thank you very much. So
Wilson.
So will you excuse me, please? I don't have any...
No.
Would you excuse me? May I leave?
Yes, you may. Are you leaving someone in charge?
So we're looking...
You're waiting on Miss Wilson, Miss Wilson's waiting on you.
Shall I continue?
Yes, I did say yes.
Sorry, thank you. Ms. Glancy, when you were setting out what you considered to be the setting in your evidence, to what extent did you consider the document put to you by my friend 8.5, which is the citation from Historic Environment Scotland, the one you've been looking at?
Yes, I read it and had it to hand as I wrote my assessment.
As you wrote your assessment?
That's,
did you say?
Yes.
And what conclusion did you reach as to the relevance of the content of it to the work you had to do?
It's an important document, but I don't think Hess necessarily lays out a definition of setting, and I sought to write a more comprehensive. Understood.
Do you refer to the managing change advice from Historic Environment Scotland? Which did you consider to be the more relevant to the task you were undertaking?
I used managing change, and it's how I understand setting should be assessed for these designations. It says his guidance, and it's very clearly laid out. So that was my primary focus, but with interest in, as this is what Hess had. The only sort of definition of the GDL by Hess is this document, and that is what I referred to as part of my resources.
Insofar as you went out or embarked upon the exercise of defining the setting in accordance with the guidance, did you give consideration to the moorland? For instance, there was reference to the woodland being considered and part of the setting, but did you ever consider that the moorland above the castle, within which the turbines are located, was part of the setting?
No, I didn't consider it to be part of the setting.
Why was that?
Because because I believe that the GDL form his is saying that it forms a scenic feature in the surrounding moorland and mountain landscape, in that it's saying that the GDL and Castle are different from that area of Skye, and that the moorland itself doesn't form part of the setting of the castle, as I understand.
Just towards the end of your cross-examination, you were asked whether or not the scenic interest associated with the surrounding landscape was something you should have taken into account. Specific again to the woodland behind the castle. I think it's clear from your answers to the other questions that you focus primarily on the views out to sea. Is that correct?
Well, I've discussed the views out to sea, the views into the castle, the approach along the roads to the castle and GDL, so my focus wasn't solely on the view out to sea.
You were looking to the wider environment.
Yes.
We're getting close to putting words into the witness's mouth.
Absolute open questions.
When you were addressing the question of setting, how much weight did you put on particular guidance contained within managing change compared to other considerations? For the purposes of identifying your considerations.
I used managing change as one of my key documents for writing my setting assessment and followed the guidance within it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Does that conclude your evidence? Right. Well, we've still got room for half an hour, but perhaps this would be, or perhaps we could take Mr. Brocky in chief, if that's...
Mr. Brocky's not going to be very long in chief, I think about 10 minutes, but I think it would, given we are at 5 o'clock and we started at 9:30, I think it might, and I've now got the evidence of Ms. Clancy to consider with Mr. Brocky, it may make more sense, instead of recalling him tomorrow, to couple some additional questions, to deal with them all in one go, which will be, as I say, certainly less than 15 minutes, and I would hope no more than 10.
Is everyone happy to break then? No?
It's a matter for you, sir.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree then that we've had a long day and we should maybe break now and resume tomorrow morning with Mr. Brocky's evidence. So thank you very, very much, everyone, and we'll see you again tomorrow at 9:30. I was expecting to see